Xiao Xianglin wanted to know the secret of Xin Xiang Nine Firmament's divine sword, so she made her two female slaves make such sacrifices, but Xin Xiang was indifferent. Xiao Xianglin wanted to know the secret of Xin Xiang Nine Firmament's divine sword, so she made her two female slaves make such sacrifices, but Xin Xiang was indifferent. I know, if you can't get it, no matter how good, it's just normal? Right. Xiao Xianglin felt that she wanted to understand, said with a smile, I can let you touch them. Xin Xiang shook his head and put down the teacup and said, You give them to me, I don't want to. How much I have to be such a woman, I can easily get it. Do you say this is very general? You looked at my divine sword, I saw them, so we evened out. Xin Xiang said with a smile, You can return the divine sword to me now. Xiao Xianglin was there, and the two beautiful female slaves were also hit. You are looking for it. I know, you just want to get them. Xiao Xianglin coldly snorted. I can't agree with this. At best, I can only touch you. Xin Xiang smiled. You are wrong. Give me back divine weapon. I really don't see them. I still think my divine weapon is better. It's a boring man. Xiao Xianglin lightly snorted, throwing two divine swords to Xin Xiang. Even if she doesn't give it, Xin Xiang can get it back. Xiao Xianglin hurriedly said, Xianger, Linger, put on your clothes. Don't show him. It's a waste. Xianger and Linger dressed and stood behind Xiao Xianglin, whispering a small mouth and looking at Xin Xiang. Chief Big Sister, he must have said it deliberately. He wants to get a bigger convenient. Xianger said she is elder sister. That is pretending. Linger lightly snorted and said, Xin Xiang just shook his head. His hidden jade villa has two wonderful women, Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu and Long Shui, the white female dragon. These three are her wives, and they are around. Other women simply can't seduce him. It is not the opposite, mainly because I read countless women, so you are really ordinary in my eyes. Xin Xiang took a sip of tea. Of course, you are very good, if I have not seen so much before. Woman, maybe you have been turned upside down by divine soul. Well, you are taller than your chief big sister. Your strength is not weak. Your face is better than her. But I think your chief big sister is more tempting than you. Xiao Xianglin stared at Xin Xiang and looked at Xin Xiang like a knife. Why is this? It is mainly a conquest of desire. Because you are her female slave, the status is slightly lower. But your chief big sister is different, powerful, superior, and a different temperament. Xin Xiang happily said with a smile, Of course. Even if she is out, she can't seduce me. Xin Xiang looked at Xiao Xianglin, said with a smile, Xiao, chief big sister, are you not going to recommend me to Dragon Elephant Sect now? Xiao Xianglin, a table next to the shot, coldly said, Who is Xiao Xianglin? I said it is done. Never give up, you can rest, assured. Xin Xiang looked at the two faceless slaves, said with a smile, You look a bit like it now. He thinks that He Feng Yuan has a taste than these two female slaves. After all, He Feng Yuan used to be heaven's proud empress, and that kind of momentum is definitely not comparable to two women who have been slaves. Divine Mirror of Six Paths is a fusion of Nine Firmament's divine sword, but Xin Xiang's biggest secret, he certainly won't say it. But Xiao Xianglin is undying. Curious is like an ant in her heart, making her heart itch. I can't scratch it. What are you going to tell me? Asked Xiao Xianglin. This. In fact, I also know, because when I got this sword, that's it. You love it or not. Such a profound thing. You don't know this, I know how? Xin Xiang said, Can you lend me a period of time? Xiao Xianglin said, No, this divine weapon is my third life. I can't borrow you. Xin Xiang said solemnly, Then your second life. Linger couldn't help but ask, which is what Xianger and Xiao Xianglin want to know, because such a powerful divine weapon is just the third life left. Xin Xiang smiled and aimed at his pants. My second life is not borrowed. You can't see it. Xiao Xianglin, the three women, have already understood, and their faces are red, and Xin Xiang is in the heart. Now they're more difficult to understand. This guy looks like a color embryo, but the temptation to show them is indifferent. This kind of self-control makes them feel admire. Xiang'er said, Big Black, that black-robed man is at your head to look at the sword. Xin Xiang nodded. Similarly, you can also cut your head. Tao Creation Saint Stone, the refining sword, can be smashed. Not to mention the neck of the person. Right. Will you take me to Dragon Elephant Sect? Xin Xiang asked, Is it a beautiful car? You can go now. You got a guy. I have to bring it back to Dragon Elephant Sect, which can reduce the trouble. Xiao Xianglin said, You should not know who the guy who destroyed Divine Sword is. I don't know, knowing that I also ruined his Divine Sword. This guy is a lesson. Xin Xiang snorted. He's Mortal Sect. Grandpa is Mortal Sect's elder. Linger said, This person has always been obliged to report because there is a chief big sister. He has no fight. It seems I have to thank you. Xin Xiang arched. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, You're welcome. You will go to Dragon Elephant Sect in the future, and you'll be less trouble. That's all right. Xiao Xianglin said, Of course, if there are arrogant guys, they will teach them. That's all right. Xiao Xianglin, they all saw that Xin Xiang was not afraid of the revenge of the white man. He felt that it was useless to say more about this. They had never seen such an unscrupulous person. This is also the reason why Xiao Xianglin was in the car and had a short conversation with Xin Xiang. At that time, she felt a strange strength from Xin Xiang's discourse. It seemed to be a strong threat which made her jealous. So she decided to leave. In the dark night, Xin Xiang got on the big car. 8-headed dragon elephant took the big car and flew in the air. Xin Xiang was very comfortable lying on the soft collapse. Xiao Xianglin sat across from him, looking at the blood-fire divine sword. The two female slaves, Xiang'er and Linger, sit next to Xiao Xianglin and serve her very intimately, and they were very little in the car. Xin Xiang doesn't know if they are deliberately tempting him. You look so long. Can you see the flowers? Xin Xiang asked Xiao Xianglin, and Xiao Xianglin seemed to be very captivated for blood-fire divine sword. At first he had intended to give the blood-fire divine sword to him, but his master was rejected. It seems that this is because of the refining of the blood-fire divine sword. Chief Big Sister is learning the refining technique. This is similar to the method of Luo Jiang refining, and Luo Jiang's refiner technique is better than Gutong, but the divine weapon divine tool refining by Luo Jiang is rarely circulated. Come out, Xiang'er said. Xin Xiang took a look at Xiao Xianglin. He didn't think that Xiao Xianglin actually knew the refiner and didn't know what level she was. Xin Xiang took a look at Xiao Xianglin. He didn't think that Xiao Xianglin actually knew the refiner and didn't know what level she was. Is Luo Jiang's refiner level higher than Gutong? When Shen Xiang was at Ancient Fire D sect, he learned that Gutong's refiner technique was the most brilliant. That is, only Luo Jiang's temper is much more eccentric than Gutong. Gutong good and bad are honestly staying in Tao Creation sect. But Luo Jiang is always a ghost. The last time he appeared, it's been 100 years ago. I don't know when he will appear again. Xiang'er said, How did you get this sword? Xin Xiang said with a smile, This sword was grabbed by me. When the guy was fighting with me, I was slamming and I took his sword away. That was the case at the time, but there is no such thing as Xin Xiang said, so easily. Do not believe. Xiang'er tenderly snorted and said, Love doesn't believe it. Xin Xiang, drinking tea, asked, Is your family big sister's refiner skillful? Xiao Xianglin studied very seriously and has never taken care of Xin Xiang. She was very familiar with Shen Xiang at this time, because Xue Xianxian and Lu Meng'er, the women who are good at the refiner, are also like this. Chief Big Sister's refiner, among the peers in the Dragon Elephant sect, is a good one. She can refine the Tao Creation Divine Tool, says Linger. Tao Creation Divine Tool is joined by Tao Creation Saint Stone. The good Tao Creation Divine Tool will add a lot of Tao Creation spell. You are a bit strange with divine sword. Xiao Xianglin finally spoke. Where is it? Shen Xiang didn't use the blood fire divine sword. Without Tao creation spell, the people who made this divine sword are quite good. They should have mastered a lot of Tao creation spell, but they didn't join in. Xiao Xianlin said, if you join Tao creation spell, maybe you can becoming a high grades Tao Ji. Oh, D soldier, now it's just middle grade. The person who refines the blood fire divine sword is inside the ancient fire Ji. Oh, D sect, and naturally does not know Tao creation spell. This place is a place of innocence, and there are many people who mastered Tao creation spell. Shen Xiang doesn't know what the people here are about Tao creation spell. Is it like him? Right. Xiao, chief big sister. How many Tao creation spell do you have? Xin Xiang is now only part of Tao creation spell who has mastered the second level. It can be said that there are quite a few. A total of more than 30, said Xiao Xianlin. More than 30? What are they? Shen Xiang doesn't know if Tao creation spell is the same as he learned. Xiao Xianlin took out a piece of paper and quickly drew those Tao creation spell on paper. Shen Xiang looked carefully and found that Xiao Xianlin's Tao creation spell was very messy, unlike his divine mirror of 6. The ordered ordering in paths. These 9 are elemental spells, amplification spell. Xiao Xianlin circled 2 sets of mantras on paper, which are familiar to Xin Xiang and probably the most basic Tao creation spell, so it's easier to master. Xin Xiang is surprised that Xiao Xianlin does not have master spell. Then these 3 are flight spell. These 3 are phonological mantras. Xiao Xianlin circled these mantras. Among the Tao creation spell, there is flight spell. Shen Xiang still just knows that according to the groupings he studied, flight spell is the 4th level mantra, and there are 9 in total. After S, P, A, C spell, the complexity is similar to S, P, A, C spell. It's amazing. I just know the elemental mantra and a few amplification spells. Xin Xiang is really praised. Oh, you know all the elements of the mantra, which is very good. Xiao Xianglin was surprised. She thought that Shen Xiang didn't understand. You can start learning the refiner at this level. Refiner, I am not good at it, but I will alchemy. Shen Xiang said with a smile. It is only able to refine the more ordinary Dan. Xin Xiang took out 3 blood sharks and strengthened Dan. This should be the best Dan I can refine now. You can give it a try. What level is it here? You will be alchemy. Xiao Xianlin felt incredible because, in her opinion, alchemy is much harder than refiner, letting various herbs perfect blend and then condense compression, which is very difficult to control. She tried before over. It feels too difficult. Then give up learning, the learner refiner. Are you reliable? What is Dan? Xiangna looked at the red pill pellet that Xin Xiang handed over and asked some questions. It doesn't matter. It's like a wolf, like a tiger. After you eat it, you will definitely you. A, and G-soar like a wolf, like a tiger. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile. Xiang'er and Ling'er gave Xin Xiang a big eye. Lo coldly snorted. And of course they didn't believe Xin Xiang's, but they were still worried. Xiao Xianlin just sniffed the Dan and then ate it. Chief big sister, how do you eat it casually? Xiang'er saw Xiao Xianlin eating very much and was very worried. If I have any reaction, you take him, that's it, he is not your opponent. Xiao Xianlin is not worried at all, light with a smile. Xiao Xianlin felt the rich blood energy brought by this Dan, which has a special ability only Tao Creation Saint Stone. Although it is very weak, she is very surprised. This kind of Dan should be regarded as the world-defying of the G. Oh, D-level high grade. Xiao Xianlin surprisedly said. How exactly did you refine it? The inside contains a trace of Tao Creation Saint Stone strength, which was added to soaked over Tao Creation Saint Stone thing. After Xiang'er and Ling'er heard it, they immediately ate it. They also felt that this Dan was as magical as Xiao Xianlin said. Soon, Their expression was the same as Xiao Xianglin. Although they are female slaves, they are not weak. They are all divine, world-defying realm. They also know a lot about what they are practicing. They naturally know where the benefits of this Dan are. I used a kind of animal blood refining. This soul beast has been able to breed this blood because of the Tao creation saint stone all the year round. Xinxiang said, Gee, D-level world-defying Dan. Also, what is Dan? On top of Tao creation divine pill, you need to add some weird Tao creation spell to improve the quality of Dan. Xiao Xianglin said, If you can do this, you can join the 9th order amplification spell. Maybe you can become low-grade Tao creation divine pill. I don't know specifically. Amplification spell can increase Dan's quality, and the 9th order amplification spell can increase by a factor of 9, which is really amazing. So, can I sell a good price for this kind of Dan? Shenxiang just asked casually. He is not missing myriad Tao divine soil crystal. He is just Tao creation saint stone. How can this kind of Dan sell indiscriminately? Keep it well and eat it yourself. Xianger is anxious to tender tenderly. Xinxiang, after you go to Dragon Elephant Sect, don't reveal your own alchemy, do you know? Xiao Xianglin looked serious, warned repeatedly. I can't reveal what I am going to alchemy, which makes Xinxiang very puzzled. Alchemy should be a good skill here, but why not? I can't reveal what I am going to alchemy, which makes Xinxiang very puzzled. Alchemy should be a good skill here, but why not? Why? Xinxiang asked. If Dragon Elephant Sect knows that I know alchemy, it might give me better treatment. The treatment may be good, but there are also bad things. That is, they may close your alchemy and delay your practice. Xiao Xianglin said, This kind of thing has happened before, or a divine world-defying realm middle stage. Alchemist was forced to run alchemy day and night. There is such a thing. Shenxiang looked at Xianger and Linger and they nodded. But it didn't happen to Dragon Elephant Sect, but Dark Green Soul Sect. It was said that Alchemist couldn't stand it anymore. He found a good chance to blew himself up and killed a large group of Dark Green Soul Sect seedlings, making Dark Green Soul Sect has suffered a lot. Hearing this incident by Xiao Xianglin, Xinxiang said with a smile, It's really a big heart. Change me, I will do the same. Xiao Xianglin once again screamed Xinxiang. So you have to remember, don't talk about it when you are, because you are a powerless person for the time being. You will only be squeezed by your value in sect. They won't say it. Xinxiang looked at the 2 female slaves. We are loyal to Chief Big Sister. She doesn't let us say, we don't die, Xianger said and Linger nodded. Of course, you can find a channel to sell it secretly. Xiao Xianglin said, When you are familiar with this ingenious land, you will know how to sell it. Xinxiang took out a crystal emperor and handed it to Xiao Xianglin. Xiao, Chief Big Sister, what is the difference between this crystal emperor? The crystal emperor is quite precious here. Xiao Xianglin has seen it naturally. She just can't understand why Xinxiang wants to show her the crystal emperor. After Xiao Xianglin took over, he took a closer look and then showed the horror. Chief Big Sister, what's wrong? Xianger was also shocked by Xiao Xianglin's reaction, hastily asked, This is the human crystal emperor. Xiao Xianglin took a few deep breaths and stared at Xinxiang. Where did you get it from? Xiao Xianglin's face was very dignified. After Xianger and Linger heard the words Crystal Emperor, they were also scared and eclipsed. This seems to be very terrifying. You tell me first about how this Crystal Emperor is going on. Xinxiang guessed that this Crystal Emperor, which is not naturally formed, is a heterogeneous existence here. Because Gu Tong and Sun Old Ancestor are here, they know how to refine the Crystal Emperor. They must have refining a large number of Crystal Emperors, which led to a situation in which the Crystal Emperor was out of balance. Or this artificial Crystal Emperor has great drawbacks in some applications. This is what Sima Yao reminded him. So he will come up with a crystal emperor to identify Xiao Xianglin. Legend has a secret method. You can refine the crystal emperor with a lot of human blood, mixed with myriad Tao divine soil crystal. This crystal emperor looks nothing abnormal, and it is okay for the refiner. But if it is used for cultivation, it will lead to qi deviation, and people who use this crystal emperor will become evil devil. Xiao Xianglin's face is terrified. This crystal emperor is forbidden to circulate. Once it is found to be used or owned, the major sects will definitely check it out, find the source, and then refine the human crystal emperor. People are publicly executed. Linger said, Xinxiang, you don't want to use it everywhere. This is very serious. Where did you get it from? This crystal emperor is the girl pill spirit condensed, not a human crystal emperor. Nothing more than the kind of sect worried that a large number of refining this crystal emperor, and then use this crystal emperor to dominate the party, so the boycott. Shen Xiang thinks that before the sun-old ancestor and Gutong came here, it might have existed on a large scale. I refine it. Shen Xiang snorted. What? Xiao Xianglin and 2 female slaves screamed. It's not about refining people, but using myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Shen Xiang coldly snorted. Why those sects will resist? You can understand it when you think about it. Is this true? Xiao Xianglin can't believe that it can be refining directly with myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Of course it's true. Don't believe you give me some myriad Tao divine soil crystal. I will show you the refinery. It will take some time to go to Dragon Elephant sect anyway, Xinxiang said. How much? Xiao Xianglin immediately took out a lot. She is the refining master, very interested in this kind of thing. Shen Xiang wanted more than 1,000 pounds. Then he took out Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove and let Xiao Xianglin check them. There was no blood in it. After they checked, Shen Xiang began to refine. He is now the cultivation base of the world-defying Sacred Realm late stage. Every aspect has improved, and the Crystal Emperor is also very fast. In a few days he succeeded in refining, but because of the rush his Crystal Emperor was of poor quality. If you give me a few more days, maybe you can refine the quality. Xinxiang said, Now you should believe it. Only this Crystal Emperor is disabled. Otherwise, I must be very rich. Xiao Xianglin, they saw it with their own eyes. Can you not believe it? They really did not expect that the human Crystal Emperor in this legend actually had this secret. Crystal Emperor is an important material for the refiner. Xiao Xianglin is still lacking, and Shen Xiang can refine the Crystal Emperor with myriad Tao divine soil crystal. This alchemy technique shocked her. I don't know if divine weapon made with this Crystal Emperor will be discovered. Xinxiang frowned. Ken, this Crystal Emperor is very different from the natural Crystal Emperor. It can be distinguished by careful resolution. Xiao Xianglin sighed. So even if used to refine divine weapon, it will be discovered after the sale. It's very troublesome, and I can only use it myself. Linger said, Xinxiang, you don't want to talk about things like this. It will cause a big disaster. Xiao Xianglin, their master and servant, now feel that Xinxiang is a hot potato. But Xinxiang's ability makes them very admire. They can see the future. I know that I used to encounter this kind of thing when I was somewhere. Xinxiang said with a smile, I am used to it. Use it for myself. Dragon Elephant has landed, Xiang Light shouted. It's already in Dragon Elephant sect. Xiao Xianglin before getting off the bus. Xinxiang should not talk when he arrives and give it to her. Dragon Elephant sect's door has 2 huge golden dragon elephants standing, formidable and domineering. Subduing dragon sect huge like Imperial Palace. There is also a temple master or something. Just like Tao Creation sect. Only enter the temple master's discipline. Is a core disciple. Xiao Xianglin is the temple master disciple, and her parents are in the high position of the Dragon Elephant sect. Otherwise, she can't get the 8-headed Dragon Elephant to pull the car. Dragon Elephant sect is big, but Xiao Xianglin doesn't drive inside, because no matter who, it can only walk in it. It is very time-consuming. Dragon Elephant Sect is big, but Xiao Xianglin doesn't drive inside because no matter who, it can only walk in it. It is very time-consuming. Xiao Xianglin master and servant 3 people. With Shanxiang came to a hall dedicated to receiving the discipline. There are several old men and more than a dozen temples. Xiao Xianglin, the 3 of them, had beautiful faces and they were very eye-catching. When they came in, they attracted a lot of attention, and Shenxiang, who was followed, was ignored. Xianglin, are you coming to the discipline hall to introduce the discipline? An old man asked Hihi. Yes. Xiao Xianglin pulled the back Shenxiang out and said, It's him. I want to introduce him to the Dragon Elephant Sect. Shenxiang's Saint World Defying is just the degree of the late stage, so I can see that he is a world-defying sacred realm late stage. The other more than a dozen temple disciplines are recommended for referrals, all of which are divine world-defying realm. Xianglin, you are not too small, don't bother to play. He is the world-defying sacred realm late stage, said the old man. Several other old men have also said a lot, and the dozens of temples are looking at Shenxiang with disdain. Xiao Xianglin, you are too boring. Actually bring such a guy. Our Dragon Elephant Sect is not a garbage dump. A glamorous woman said that looking at her ident. 1. Tai should be a temple discipline. Xiao Xianglin is angry and said, I recommend discipline to come in. Is this your ASS? The profile you introduced is not so good. Isn't it a slap? It's piled up by family resources, 1 waste, even my female. The slaves can't beat. You, if wanted to play. The fascinating temple disciple angrily said, Play and fight, who is afraid of who? Xiao Xianglin gave Jianger a look, and Xianger has stood up. You're going to go. This is the discipline hall, responsible for receiving the discipline. An old man immediately stopped them. Xiao Xianglin, don't make trouble, let's go. A man said with a smile, The referee you introduced is really not very good. Everyone can see it. You are not blind. Can't you see it? This brat does have a good skin. It looks like it used to be, but there is a fart. World-defying sacred realm late stage. At least it is necessary to go to divine, world-defying realm. The glamorous woman said with a sneer, Xiao Xianglin, you shouldn't be watching this brat. Your eyes are too low, haha. You all give me a shut up. How do the aging mothers introduce you? Shut you down? What are the consequences? That is also the maiden's own business. What are you doing? You say a word, the old lady, and you're not finished. Believe it or not. Xiao Xianglin was furious, and she couldn't stand these people sneer at Shenxiang's, because she heard that these words were directed at her. Shenxiang didn't talk, because Xiao Xianglin had told him before, let him not say anything. Okay, you can make fun of it when you love it. The old man was also very helpless and said, But if no one accepts him, he can't join Dragon Elephant Sect. You should be clear. As far as his cultivation base is concerned, the elders will definitely not see him. The elders don't accept him as a disciple. Can I accept it? I am a temple discipline, and I am qualified to receive the apprentice. Xiao Xianglin said, If you accept him as a disciple, then you will have to be responsible for guiding him in the future. If he does not pass the assessment, you will lose the referral qualification in the future. The old man said, I am very clear about this rule. Xiao Xianglin said impatiently, Soon. Xiao Xianglin completed the registration, and she was still in the queue, who made her a chief big sister, although she was short and charming, but she was domineering, and she was afraid of her. And then there are a dozen elders and some excellent old temple disciplines. They are all coming to the disciples. If they cultivate a good disguise and win the glory for Dragon Elephant Sect, they will also be rewarded. Disciple is amazing. They do master also has light on his face. The more than a dozen young temple disciples saw these elders disgusting Shenxiang's look, and looked at Xiao Xianglin with sarcasm. Who is so boring? I actually brought in the introduction of the world-defying sacred realm late stage. That is, Xianglin introduced it. You are so gimmick. Too naughty. Xianglin, what do you do wrong? You will be disqualified, and you will not be able to help you. Xianglin tenderly snorted and said, Let you manage. You are going to pick your baby disciple. I recommend this person. You love if wanted. Anyway, he is amazing. Xianglin, you are cheated by him. Don't look at this, brat looks good, knowing people don't know. An elder kindly persuaded Xianglin because she can still give up now. In short, these elders and the old temple discipline are all kinds of disgusting Xinxiang, and they're not looking at Xinxiang, so they will definitely not pick Xinxiang's. Xianglin, no one chooses Xinxiang to be a disciple. According to the rules of Dragon Elephant Sect, he can't enter Dragon Elephant Sect. The old man responsible for receiving the discipline said, They don't want it. I said it before. I will be his master. This is all right. Xianglin said with a grin. She knows that Xinxiang's is amazing. Just no alchemy refining the Crystal Emperor. Put more than a dozen other disciplines here. Xinxiang is opposed in the heart because he does not want to do the disciple of this gimmick, but this is a big loss. Xianglin feels very happy in her heart because she is about to become Xinxiang's master, and she has come to this section. She thinks that Xinxiang will definitely be there. Of course, Xinxiang has had several masters, and he only has a little disadvantage in his seniority. He can always get a lot of benefits from the master. So Xinxiang recognized it at this time. At most, he decided to eat Xianglin and fish from her. Come back. Okay. Then start the Dragon Elephant Saint Soul Heritage ceremony. An old man took out more than a dozen beads in his hand. Unfortunately, I have to waste a Dragon Elephant Saint Soul on such a guy. That is, Xianglin is really noisy. Several other temple disciplines are talking next to them, stimulating those elders. Dragon Elephant Saint Soul is a precious resource of Dragon Elephant Sect. They feel that it is a waste of Xinxiang. Now start one by one. I saw that the newly introduced recognizer touched the bead. The bead would split, and then there would be a little dragon or a small elephant, all phantom. Enter the chest of the person and merge it into it. Not Dragon Elephant Saint Soul. Xinxiang whispered, How is there a dragon or an elephant? That is the need to develop Dragon Elephant later. This is just a foundation. The process is the most important. Xianglin whispered. Xinxiang nodded. Very good. This batch of fusion is very fast. It is a good seed. The old man said with a smile, but he saw Xinxiang complexion sank, but he still has to give the beads to Xinxiang. When Xinxiang touched the beads did not break apart, unlike the previous dozens of disciplines. Haha, this guy is too weak. Even the Dragon Elephant Saint Soul is too lazy to care for him. It should be like this. Xianglin, you saw it. The fascinating discipline laughed very haughty, and the old man who is responsible for the discipline hall, already those elder and old man, they're not the same reaction, because they all know what it means. I only heard Xianglin laughed heartily up. Let your uncles fart! You ignorant S-L-U-T, don't you know what it means? This means that Xinxiang itself has Dragon Saint Soul. Xianglin did not expect that Xinxiang actually had the Dragon Violent Soul. This means that Xinxiang was originally cultivated from the Dragon Violent Soul to the Dragon Saint Soul. This process is very rare. The other disciplines are the late-stage fusion Dragon Elephant Saint Soul, and these Dragon Elephant Saint Soul are half residual, far less than the natural Dragon Saint Soul. Xianglin did not expect that Xinxiang actually had the Dragon Violent Soul. This means that Xinxiang was originally cultivated from the Dragon Violent Soul to the Dragon Saint Soul. This process is very rare. The other disciplines are the late-stage fusion Dragon Elephant Saint Soul, and these Dragon Elephant Saint Soul are half residual, far less than the natural Dragon Saint Soul. Those elders are secretly regretting at this time, and they have the natural Dragon Saint Soul. This is very promising. Xinxiang owns the Dragon Saint soul. It is very likely that the Saint World defying dragon has been cultivated. If this is the case, then practice again. Their dragon elephant divine art will be very good. Xiao Xianglin smiled very happy, but Xinxiang had some regrets because he thought that the dragon elephant saint soul in the bead was a good thing, but now he can't get in because he owns the dragon saint soul. He felt that this was a big loss for him. Xinxiang, now you are my disciple. Xiao Xianglin patted Xinxiang's shoulder, very haughty. Call master! Master. Xinxiang is reluctant to shout it. The glamorous woman is dying, because even if they are the disciplines of these temples, not many of them have the natural dragon saint soul. The natural dragon saint soul is very rare, and they are all decomposed by dragon elephant saint soul, which was developed by dragon elephant sect. They are all acquired dragon elephant saint soul. Just those who looked down on Xinxiang's people, all of them were all stunned at the moment because they all looked away. Although Xinxiang only has the cultivation base of the world-defying sacred realm late stage, his evernatural dragon saint soul is very popular no matter what sect. There is nothing to haughty. Wait until he cultivates the saint world-defying dragon. Let him now be world-defying sacred realm, but have not yet cultivated the dragon saint soul. Most of his dragon saint soul is of poor quality. A man cynical, sour. Those temple disciplines nodded because they couldn't sense the dragon chi on Xinxiang. They were dragon elephant sect, and they were very sensitive to this breath. Xiao Xianglin also finds it strange because in general with the dragon saint soul, as long as you step into the world-defying sacred realm, most of them can cultivate the saint world-defying dragon, and in the poor world can also be cultivated in the world-defying sacred realm middle stage. But now Xinxiang has been world-defying sacred realm late stage. I have cultivated it. Xinxiang indifferently said, "This seems to be the first sentence," he said after he came in. Xinxiang can actually cultivate, and the temples of the temple have nothing to say. The practice of the saint world-defying dragon means that they are very clear. If they are adolescents later, they may far exceed them. And they sneered at Xinxiang before. It has already formed a beam. Then why can't I feel the dragon chi on you? Xiao Xianglin was very confused. She and Xinxiang have been together for several days, especially in the days when they were in the big car. She didn't feel any breath. Yes, this is really strange. I used a secret method to hide it, because I heard that there is an imperial dragon palace here, specifically to grab someone else's saint world-defying dragon. Xinxiang said, he chose to join Dragon Elephant Sect, which is also to avoid the imperial dragon palace in the future. Even if he uses the power of Scarlet Fire Divine Dragon, the imperial dragon palace can't do anything to him. What is this secret method? An elder is curious because few people can avoid the tracking of Imperial Dragon G. Odie, the secret method can't be circulated. Xinxiang gave the elder nothing to say. Even if people want to say it, they will tell their master first. Xiao Xianglin was very haughty with a white glance at the elder. Just now these elders all treated Xinxiang as rubbish. They hated Xinxiang, but now they know that Xinxiang owns Dragon Saint Soul. But they come up. The acceptance ceremony is complete. Xiao Xianglin said impatiently, "Hurry up and send something." The responsible old man also secretly looked away from his own eyes, because if this matter is pas set out, it will definitely become a joke. These old fellows also admire Xinxiang very much. Because Xinxiang was so disgusted by them, they did not show any dissatisfied expression, and they looked very calmly there. This form is very good. Xinxiang got a dragon elephant sect ident. 1. Tie card followed by several sets of clothes and a divine sword made with a crystal emperor, and a small piece of crystal emperor of a very good quality. This crystal emperor is only as big as a walnut. For Xinxiang, this is a small pity, but the mosquito legs are small, and me too. In fact, this distribution to the discipline is very good for many people. After all, They just entered the dragon elephant sect, and they have this kind of reward. If they perform well in the future, they will get more. It is master's business to arrange the residence. Xiao Xianglin is, of course, bringing Shen Xiang back to her place. Such a baby disciple, she can take good care of it. After walking out of the discipline hall, Xianger and Linger saw Shen Xiang's uncomfortable look and couldn't help but laugh, because they knew that Shen Xiang was very unwilling to be Xiao Xianglin's disciple. But at that time there was no such thing. The method: Shen Xiang can only recognize the scalp. Don't laugh, whoever makes it is not necessarily. Shen Xiang coldly snorted. Of course you earned it. It's very rare to have such a good master. Xianger happily said with a smile. How many people want to be a chief big sister disciple? You can't have a convenient. Oh, I just didn't expect things to develop like this. I am not ready yet. Shen Xiang snorted. You unexpectedly have Dragon Saint Soul. This is really rare. Here, the natural Dragon Saint Soul is not much. Even the Imperial Dragon Palace guys are also grabbed from others. And they are using the secret method was born. But the Dragon Saint Soul is relatively bad, said Xiao Xianglin. Master, you can be awesome, and you will definitely be able to see and see in the future. Shen Xiang made a face to Xiao Xianglin. Xiao Xianglin was very happy to return to her small palace with Shen Xiang and 2 female slaves. When she was on the road, Shen Xiang learned that there was such a small palace in the temple. Where do I live? Shen Xiang asked. Where do you want to live where you live? Xiao Xianglin said. As you choose, I will promise you, my baby disciple. I want to live with you. Shen Xiang grinned. You said you will promise me. Xiao Xianglin tenderly snorted and said, No, accept my room, you choose. Shen Xiang looked at Xianger and Linger, said with a smile. Then I live with them, is this all right? Linger made a big face to Shen Xiang. Jiao said with a smile, We live with Chief Big Sister. You can't choose her room. You guy actually dare to play master's idea. Xiao Xianglin snorted and hit Shen Xiang's head. Shen Xiang chose a large secret room as a room, because he might have to let Su Maiyao out of Hidden Jade Villa. He thought it would be his own private S.P.A.C. How do you know that Xiao Xianglin took 2 female slaves? I am coming in. Hurry up. I will teach you to cultivate Dragon Elephant, said Xiao Xianglin. Shen Xiang feels that when he wants to do secret things in the future, he must use Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to seal it here. But he thinks it might not be useful, because Xiao Xianglin is a refiner, naturally knows what the form seal is. She wants it is not difficult to break open. Shen Xiang feels that when he wants to do secret things in the future, he must use Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to seal it here. But he thinks it might not be useful, because Xiao Xianglin is a refiner, naturally knows what the form seal is. She wants it is not difficult to break open. So urgent, said Shen Xiang. This is what the master should do. Xiao Xianglin said. Xianger and Linger may help you here. You can learn from their dragon elephant. Shen Xiang doesn't know much about dragon elephant. What happened to your previous dragon elephant? I heard that the more people of Dragon Elephant, the more powerful. The strongest guy here is 9-headed Dragon Elephant, right? This was before Shen Xiang from Lujiwei, I learned there. Almost. My Dragon Elephant is given by my parents. If they don't need it for a while, they will lend me 4 heads to protect me. Xiao Xianglin said. Now I have already returned to them. Shen Xiang looked at Xianger and Linger. How many dragon elephants did you cultivate? 2 ends. Xianger said, It's not easy to practice dragon elephant. Subsequently, both of them released their own dragon elephant, which was very small. It was only the size of a tiger. It was not as good as the one that was so formable. So small. Are you deliberately narrowing down? Shen Xiang walked over and touched. Dragon elephant is full of dragon scales, for claws are very sharp with a dragon horn on the head. The body is an elephant's body with a long and powerful nose. We're just divine world defying realm initial stage. The biggest dragon elephant is so big. Linger snorted and said, Chief Big Sister is a middle stage, and it's a lot bigger than our dragon elephant. Right? You put your dragon out and let us see how big. Xiang'er is very curious. Quickly released. Xiao, Xianglin quickly urged. My dragon can be big or small. Shen Xiang said very seriously, but Xiao Xianglin, the three women, couldn't help thinking about it, thinking that Shen Xiang was talking about some aspect. Seeing the three women staring at him. Shen Xiang also knows that they want to swear, didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Be careful. Xiao Xianglin took a sip. I said that seriously. Your thoughts are not pure, and you want to be Mbara. S said. Shen Xiang said with no anger. Then he released World-Defying Azure Dragon from the 9th level S.P.A.C. When it was just released, it looked like a glowing little green snake. When Xiang'er wanted to reach out and touch it, Shen Xiang made World-Defying Azure Dragon suddenly bigger. Soon, World-Defying Azure Dragon was like a big python, scared Xiang'er with a scream. Later, Shen Xiang made the World-Defying Azure Dragon as thick as a water tank. Gradually, World-Defying Azure Dragon was too big to fit in this big room. This is Azure Dragon. Xiao Xianglin was shocked. She was the first time to see the Saint World-Defying Dragon so close, and it was still very rare Azure Dragon. Shen Xiang puts World-Defying Azure Dragon down and says, Well, so I have to hide better. I don't want Imperial Dragon G. Oh, D to know. After seeing Shen Xiang's Azure Dragon, Xiao Xianglin thoroughly understood why Shen Xiang was so confident at the beginning that she could kill her in the future. But she didn't have any conflict with Shen Xiang at the time. She was scared to think of it now. But now, Shen Xiang is already her disciple, which makes her happy. Now I am beginning to ask you to use this dragon to breed the elephant soul. You should be easier to do. After you have developed the elephant spirit, you can cultivate a divine elephant through the soul, and then merge the dragon elephant spirits. Condensed dragon elephant, said Xiao Xianglin. Shen Xiang thought about it and decided to release his earth-suppressing divine elephant. Because of this, he could make dragon-elephant blend. He could have combined the Scarlet Fire divine dragon before, through the magical slate in divine mirror of 6 paths. But he wants to merge the 2 divine beasts alone, but he can't succeed. He doesn't know why. Master, wait. Shen Xiang saw Xiao Xianglin take out a book and prepare to start explaining. What? Asked Xiao Xianglin. Actually, I accidentally made a mistake and also cultivated an elephant. Shen Xiang said, I just don't know how to make dragon-elephant merge. After Xiang'er heard, there is such a thing without the dragon-elephant divine art of our dragon-elephant sect. It is very much that makes the dragon-elephant coexist. Shen Xiang was cultivated many years ago. Linger said, Let's show it out. Is it different from our divine elephant? Shen Xiang put his earth-suppressing divine elephant out, and he didn't know why. Earth-suppressing divine elephant came out with a white arrogance and whitened, although it looked like a very beautiful, huge white elephant. But that momentum is very powerful. Xiang'er and Linger were shocked to retreat a few steps. They thought that Shen Xiang's divine elephant was as big as their dragon elephant. I didn't expect it to be a 3-headed white giant. Fortunately, this room was compared. Hi! Otherwise it can't be accommodated at all. Earth-suppressing divine elephant. Xiao Xianglin knows more than the 2 female slaves, seeing the out-of-the-ordinary of this white elephant. Is it amazing? Shen Xiang asked. He didn't expect Xiao Xianglin to be earth-suppressing divine elephant, the strongest divine elephant in legend. At the beginning of the road, it was used to suppress H, E, L, and divine elephant in the world. Xiao Xianglin took a few deep breaths and wondered that Shen Xiang always surprised her. Now she can S the steps of practicing divine elephant and let Shen Xiang begin to practice the dragon elephant fusion. Dragon elephant is a fusion of the souls of dragon elephant. You should have tried it before, but it didn't work. It's mainly because you didn't master the key methods, and the Dragon Elephant Divine art tells you how. Fusion. Xiao Xianglin said, our Dragon Elephant Divine art can make Dragon Elephant blend, because we have a Tao creation spell. Tao creation spell. Xin Xiang frowned. He immediately guessed that there must be fusion spell among Tao creation spell. If he can master it, it might be more convenient in alchemy. Yes, mainly a group of Tao creation spell, called fusion spell, is the secret of our Dragon Elephant sect. Xiao Xianglin said, even if I am, I can only learn the third order. We are too. Xiang'er said, if you want to learn more, it's up to Dragon Elephant sect's elder and dean meeting. Your parents must learn more than you. You can learn from them. Xinxiang whispered. No, they signed the blood contract when they were studying. If they were Pa-S said to others, they would be under the blood contract backlash, so they could not Pa-S it to me. Xiao Xianglin shook his head. I have already applied, but it didn't Pa-S. Right. What is the use of learning more fusion spell? Isn't it 3 enough? Xinxiang asked. Not enough. Dragon Elephant will be more and more powerful in the future. If you integrate them better, you need to use more fusion spell. Now I can only master 3 fusion spells. So after the Dragon Elephant fusion, I can only play. Dragon Elephant's 30% strength is just because they are not a perfect fusion, Xiao Xianglin said. Shan Xiang thought quietly. Among the 9 groups of Tao creation spell in the Tao creation Saint Crystal, there is no fusion spell. If there is, he will make a big profit, and then he will not have to apply in a low-pitched manner. Shan Xiang thought quietly. Among the 9 groups of Tao creation spell in the Tao creation Saint Crystal, there is no fusion spell. If there is, he will make a big profit, and then he will not have to apply in a low-pitched manner. Don't see our Dragon Elephant blend well, but it's not perfect. Linger whispered, the Dragon Elephant you saw before is just a fusion of 60%. It's not fully integrated. Master, you are convinced that applying for more fusion spell should be easier to pass. Why is it rejected? Xinxiang asked. Dragon Elephant sect has a total of 36 elders. The 36 elders' relations. I plus P is not so good. Chief Big Sister has her parents and some elders are selfish and want to get benefits. So in the end, there are only 10 elders agreeing. To learn other fusion spells, at least 30 elders are required to agree, and Dean will hand over fusion spell, explained Xiang'er. Do you have a crystal emperor for them? Xinxiang snorted. Is this not difficult? A crystal emperor, you send a meal. Linger spit out his tongue. Those elders want Tao Creation Saint Stone, and it's still high grades Tao Creation Saint Stone, at least 20. Xinxiang shook his head and sighed. These elders do not hinder the development of sect. As a result, there is no discipline to learn more about fusion spell. Is sect disciple getting weaker? How to compete with other sects? That's not because we have a Dragon Elephant sect every time of a period of time. There will be more than what to try through compet. 1. Tie-in, the top 10, you can learn a fusion spell. Xiao Xianglin said, I just missed a few times my parents didn't let me partake. 1. P8, it's too dangerous. So, aren't you going to be behind many of your peers? Xinxiang remembered the enchanting woman who had been ridiculed by Xiao Xianglin, who were all disciples and could compete. Yes, now among the peers, there are already many people who have mastered the 4th order fusion spell, and I still have the 3rd order. When I use the power of Dragon Elephant, I will be weaker than them, but I will never lose them. Xiao Xianglin said this. He was very helpless, because every time she plays a game, she is always blocked by her parents, causing her to miss. Her parents are more powerful and feel that they can protect their daughters and not let their daughters take the risky game. Shan Xiang finally understands why when Xiao Xianglin goes out, there will be an 8-headed dragon elephant protection, which is actually excessively caring for her parents. So, start teaching me to learn about fusion spell now. Xinxiang said, I have the foundation to learn Tao creation spell. I should be able to master it quickly. I don't know about you. In short, I learned the first one with the younger sister for a few decades. Xiang'er said, it takes 100 or 200 years to learn 3. Chief Big Sister is the fastest and has been completed in 3 years, says Ling. Shen Xiang feels that relying on time domain, one day he should be able to learn one. In fact, fusion spell is very useful and should be helpful to your alchemy. In short, it is very helpful for my refiner setup formation. You should learn very quickly because these 2 gimmicks do not have Tao creation spell basic, so I learned it for a long time, Xiao Xianglin said. Xin Xiang nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Xianglin turned into 3 Tao creation spells out of thin air and said, this is 3 fusion spells. You should see that the simplest one is the first order fusion spell. The simplest fusion spell also has 6 strokes. The second level amplification spell that Shen Xiang studied before is only 2 strokes at a time. He is so complicated to learn at once, which puts him under some pressure. Xin Xiang went to see Tao creation spell in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and found the 9 6-stroke Tao creation spell. The 3 simple ones were exactly the same as the 3 painted by Xiao Xianglin. In other words, he has a complete set of fusion spell in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, which is in the 1st to the 9th order, which makes him secretly happy. The 4th level is flight spell, and the 5th level is a phonetic spell. This phonetic spell is at the 5th level. It should be very strong. You must have time to learn. After drawing 3 fusion spells, Xiao Xianglin took out 3 transparent crystal slates, which were engraved with 3 fusion spells. They said, you take it back and follow that to learn, that's all right. As for how to learn, you should not use it. I have taught you. Xiao Xianglin touched Xinxiang's head and smiled. My good deed. You will not let the teacher down. I should learn soon, said Xinxiang. When you master fusion spell, I will teach you how to use it to make dragon elephant a soul. Xiao Xianglin leaned into Shen Xiang's ear and said in a low voice, good, if you perform well, Master can send you these 2 gimmicks. Anyway, we are already a family. After Xiang'er and Linga heard it, his face was slightly red and whispered, no, if you are a master, you will not refuse. Xin Xiang smiled badly and then kissed Xiao Xianglin's sweet lips with great speed. Xiao Xianglin had already put her head next to Xinxiang. She really didn't think that Xinxiang was so courageous. She dared to kiss her little mouth. After she smashed her face was flushed and her anger rose. After Xiang'er and Linger saw it, I was surprised, but my heart was in rejoice in other people's misfortune, because their first kiss of Chief Big Sister was stolen by a disciple. I want to kill you. Xiao Xianglin smirked. Loud voice called shouted, but did not fight. Master, kill me. Xinxiang doesn't matter. Xiao Xianglin was so angry that she turned her face into a woman's innate talent. Next, Xinxiang broke out with a pig-like scream, and then Xiao Xianglin walked with 2 beautiful and alluring female slaves. Little Kur, you have time to refine a soft armor with a special waistband. Xinxiang touched the painful place and said, I don't know how many times I will be beaten by her. You found it yourself. Feng Kur swinged in Hidden Jade Villa and had a great time with Long Shui, the little girl with no conscience. Xinxiang said, then release time domain and learn about fusion spell. Xinxiang looked at the 6-stroke fusion spell, and there was some pain. Feng Kur, who first studied 3S, P, A, C spells, was definitely in the same mood as him. Tao creation spell, who he studied before, was only the only 2 amplification spells, but he also learned that he was suffering, not to mention that he now has to learn a few 6 Tao creation spells. Would it be easier to learn the 6-stroke Tao creation spell before going to study? Shen Xiang thought secretly and now he can only learn from the scalp. At the beginning, Shen Xiang felt very complicated and very headache. I didn't know when to learn. I felt a bit boring in my heart, but after he went deep into the study, he was immersed in it and became very concentrated. He gradually ignored the time lapse. At the beginning, Shen Xiang felt very complicated and very headache. I didn't know when to learn. I felt a bit boring in my heart, but after he went deep into the study, he was immersed in it and became very concentrated. He gradually ignored the time lapse. It was only after he mastered the first order fusion spell that he quit the serious learning state because of his joy. I finally learned a fusion spell. It seems that time has not passed, said. Shen Xiang himself estimated the time of Vulgar's death. He probably only used it for more than 10 years. He felt that he could continue to learn because, outside, there is still no past day. Then, he started to learn the second. He is very attracted to Xiao Xianglin because Xiao Xianglin learned fusion spell very quickly. In fact, this is mainly because Xiao Xianglin started learning Tao creation spell when he was very young, which laid a solid foundation for her. When Shen Xiang learned the second fusion spell, it took a lot longer than before. He himself was unexpected. Unexpectedly would be so difficult, but it was a second-order fusion spell. It took almost 50 years. Time. It's not too long. The two gimmicks, Xiang'er and Ling'er, are said to take almost 200 years to master 3. I should be better than them. Shen Xiang thought that he had mastered some Tao creation spell, and it would be easier to learn fusion spell, but it was not easy. Is it not that I have learned the innate talent of Tao creation spell? I can only make up for it by time. Xiao Xianglin is a woman, actually learned a Tao creation spell for 3 years. It is terrifying. Is this innate talent? Shen Xiang secretly marvels. Stand up. Shen Xiang decided to learn 3 fusion spells first. At least that would make him not too bad in the Dragon Elephant sect. After more than 80 years, Shen Xiang mastered the 3rd fusion spell. He spent the time and spent about 150 years, not too slow, but he didn't seem to be better than Xiao Xianglin. How much is the female slave? Well, I should have not learned Tao creation spell's innate talent, so I will master it so slowly. After Shen Xiang intends to go out, she will go to Xiao Xianglin to ask if she has mastered these 3 Tao creation spells. How long did it take? Shen Xiang thinks that these 3 fusion spells are already very powerful. Originally, he planned to learn the 9th order fusion spell directly, but he thought about it. The 9th order Tao creation spell is so complicated. If there is no previous foundation, maybe it will be used. Thousands of you can't even learn. So he still learns from the first one honestly. Learning Tao creation spell is also a step-by-step process, and each level of Tao creation spell can be superposition. If it is used well, you can superposition the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fusion spells together. Come, you can improve even bigger. Xiao Xianglin also said before that it is not easy to want perfect superposition. It takes a long time to master, and she used it for a long time. Shen Xiang didn't know how to make the dragon elephant saint soul blend together. He took out 2 crystal emperors, engraved the 1st order fusion spell on the 2 crystal emperors, and then put the 2 crystal emperors into the together. He saw that the crystal emperor flashed a burst of light at the moment of the touch, and the 2 crystal emperors seemed to be sticky and then merged. The process of fusion was very slow. If you don't look carefully, you can't find that you are merging. Shen Xiang estimates that at this speed, it takes at least 1 month. Is it because fusion spell is only a 1st order? Shen Xiang pondered for a while, then engraved a 2nd order fusion spell on the crystal emperor. Superposition on the 1st stage. Mantra superposition, he has excellent control. 1st level element mantra. What kind of fire lighting spell? He can be very superposition. Now he uses these fusion spell to superposition merge. Very convenient. It's a little faster. Shen Xiang can see that the 2 crystal emperors are clearly fused, But he doesn't think it's fast enough because at this speed, it takes a whole day to complete the fusion. Shen Xiang then superposition third order fusion spell. The two crystal emperors have been speeding up at this point, and he expects an hour to succeed. Only what he expected in his heart was the instant fusion. If you join the fourth order fusion spell, it will definitely be faster. Shen Xiang looks at the two crystal emperors that are merging and thinking. An hour has passed, said two crystal emperors merge together. Only one piece of crystal emperor is so big, if it is bigger after the fusion. It is just a patchwork, no meaning. Only fusion like this will improve the quality of the crystal emperor. If this is infinitely integrated, I don't know what it will be like. Shen Xiang jumped in his heart. He had a lot of crystal emperor. I think I can give it a try. The quality of the crystal emperor should have a limit, said Feng Kuo, who had thought about this before because she also wanted to make the most of the crystal emperor possible. What if the crystal emperor continues to improve quality? Shen Xiang was very curious. Will it evolve into something more powerful? With fusion spell, Shen Xiang doesn't need to use alchemy to improve the quality of the crystal emperor. It will take time, and it will make him more tired. I don't know, I only know if I tried it. After you go out, ask your little beauty master. Su Ma Yao Jiao said with a smile. I have been here for 2 days now. Just go out and tell him that I have learned 3 fusion spells. Shen Xiang snorted. It will scare her. Yes, she is so beautiful. You can't bear to scare her. Long Shui happily said with a smile. Shen Xiang took the Crystal Emperor and released Time Domain. He now has to master more Amplification Spell, because Amplification Spell is very useful, although it is only the 2nd level mantra, but it can play very much. The increase in Erupt. He felt that when he recrystallized the Crystal Emperor, he added Amplification Spell, and maybe the effect would be better. He now needs to refine the more powerful curse. Shen Xiang thought that he had learned 3 6th level fusion spells and then learned the 2nd level of amplification spell. It would be relatively easy, but not. He is very sure that he has not learned Tao creation spell's innate talent. I can only come slowly. It seems to take a lot of time. Shen Xiang now needs to learn Tao creation spell, which is useful for alchemy. 7 or 8 Tao creation spells at the 2nd level used him for hundreds of years. Even though he didn't think that time said when he was studying, he always had a headache after he learned it. He felt that he needed a period of time to learn. I will not be so bored. He took out some blood devil shark's blood and then began to refine the blood shark to strengthen the body down. He had to refine into the 9th order amplification spell. After mastering all the amplification spells, Shen Xiang certainly has to try to see how it works. Moreover, he now needs to eat some blood sharks to strengthen himself. He feels that he can help him step into the peak of world-defying sacred realm. After mastering all the amplification spells, Shen Xiang certainly has to try to see how it works. Moreover, he now needs to eat some blood sharks to strengthen himself. He feels that he can help him step into the peak of world-defying sacred realm. Shen Xiang, you want to step into the peak of world-defying sacred realm. It is essential to have a strong, fleshly body. Blood shark is the best choice. After your fleshly body is improved, your saint world defying will not be restricted by the weakness of the fleshly body. When you eat the pillars that enhance the soul of saint world defying, you can break through. He Feng Yuan said. Shen Xiang almost forgot He Feng Yuan in his divine mirror of 6 paths. When I go out, I will ask my little beauty master to see if she has improved the soul of Saint World Defying. When I see if I can get Dan, the refining will come out more, Shen Xiang said. You give me food, I can eat Dan Fong. He Feng Yuan said. I followed my father, but I tasted a lot of herbs. If you use the herbs that you haven't eaten, can you eat it? Shen Xiang snorted. You want to eat Dan, hurry to restore strength, right? Not bad. He Feng Yuan said, You are relieved. After I recover my strength, I am not your opponent. You will definitely step into a higher realm. Well, let's talk about it later. Shen Xiang knows that the high-level alchemist here is still very powerful. The status is not low, and only the weak divine mirror of 6 paths will be enslaved. It is 2 different extremes. Shen Xiang took the first-order amplification spell superposition while refining the blood shark, and he refines 2 at the same time. He can simultaneously condense 2 groups when he uses world-defying to condense amplification spell. Come, so that you can engrave 2 blood sharks in the body. It's been a month since the 1st to the 5th amplification spell were engraved into the 5% 2 blood sharks, and now he is starting to condense Dan. It was very easy to condense Dan, and amplification spell did not make the blood shark strong and very violent. The 2 Dawn are all condensed. He has carved wrinkles on the 2 Dawn. He wants the 2 Dawn to merge together. He wants to see if fusion spell can help alchemy. After the use of amplification spell by Shen Xiang, the blood shark is a great improvement in quality. Now he combines these 2 blood sharks into a stronger. The quality will definitely be higher. After he condensed out a fusion spell, he wanted to engrave the 9th order amplification spell after the fusion. But he tried it, but he didn't succeed because the 2 Dawn themselves already have all the amplification spells, and they can't accommodate them anymore. The 2 Dawn merged together in 1 hour. The blood-red blood shark STU. DY Dan became golden light, and the quality improved greatly. Shen Xiang suspected that this Dan was already Tao creation divine pill, but only low grade only. I have to eat it myself. Shen Xiang ate a grain. It was not easy for him to refine the grain. It took about 2 months before and after, but the consumption was not very big. It took time to condense Tao creation spell. The blood shark is strong inside the body. It contains the power of Tao creation saint stone. The Tao creation saint stone is a very strong stone, and the energy is absorbed by the human body, and the fleshly body of the person will become very powerful. After Shen Xiang ate this mantra, the blood shark was strong, and the rich Tao creation saint stone rushed out. This effect surprised him. Great, if there is a lot of this kind of Dan, then my fleshly body will definitely enhance a lot. Shen Xiang decided to enter the large-scale refining in time domain. After refining here, Shen Xiang immediately entered time domain and made a refining. He gave it to Jiang Sili to eat and let her see how many tablets needed to evolve. I probably eat 30 capsules. The quality of this kind of Dan is very high. Jiang Sili sighed after eating it. 30 grains? It's too easy. Shen Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, which was just 2 days after he turned on the 2nd level time domain. Shen Xiang refining 30 spells in the time domain. After the blood shark is strong, Dan is only 5 days away. Jiang Sili, the girl pill spirit, has quickly evolved and can condense the dy shark. Strong body Dan. Shen Xiang put the 3 girls pill spirit into time domain, and they all evolved very quickly so that they can condense 6 capsules a day. Before they were condensing Crystal Emperor. Now Shen Xiang needs to eat the cursed blood shark to strengthen the body Dan, so they no longer condense Crystal Emperor. Shen Xiang does not use time domain now, but gives time domain strength to Feng Kur and let them learn Tao creation spell, which is useful to them. Among the Tao creation spells, the amplification spell of the 2nd level is more useful. They must be mastered. If they are elemental, they will take it. Shen Xiang is eating a cursed blood shark to strengthen the body of Dan, to enhance the strength of the fleshly body. In this innovative place, there are many Tao creation saint stone refining Tao Ji. D soldiers. He does not have a good fleshly body. No, at least when the Tao Ji, D soldier was. His body would not be broken like a paper paste. Shen Xiang has been practicing in the chamber for 3 years. He has studied the 4th order fusion spell, and several women in Hidden Jade Villa have mastered the Tao creation spell they need. Now they are all entering. World-defying sacred realm late stage began to eat the cursed blood shark to strengthen the body to enhance their fleshly body. Su Maiyao has a more important thing to do. is to constantly blend the crystal emperor inside and merge a crystal emperor into the together to see what it will become. Shen Xiang walked out of the Chamber of Secrets. Although she only studied 4 fusion spells, she benefited a lot. He found that when 2 crystal emperors were merged, the 4th order Tao creation spell was added, and the quality would be much higher than the 3rd order upgrade. Although only some, but with all the subsequent fusion spells added, the promotion will be more. Now he understands why when the dragon elephant merges, more fusion spells need to be added to make it even better. My baby disciple is always calculated. I thought that you would come out every few months or months, and you actually shut yourself down for so long. Xianglin saw Shen Xiang coming out, hastily come along. This year, she seems to want Shen Xiang some, after all. She has just received a short time, and this disciple has been closed for a year. Xianglin, I don't know. Shen Xiang has been in time domain for hundreds of years. Shen Xiang looked at Xianglin, their master and servant, both wearing black skin-tight clothes, which seemed to be going to play. Where are you going? Shen Xiang frowned and said, Is there any difficulty in the Tao ancestor door? No, the game is not an important thing. This is the most important thing at the moment. If it is not for waiting for you, we have already followed the big team. Xianger whispered and said, You guys really, and you are not dead like this. What is so important? It's so important. Are you coming in directly? Shan Xiang was very curious, and Dragon Elephant Sect actually sent a big team. Xiao Xianglin throws a set of clothes for Shen Xiang, also a set of black skin-tight clothes. Xiao Xianglin throws a set of clothes for Shen Xiang, also a set of black skin-tight clothes. You quickly change, then we set off. Xiao Xianglin said, We don't know what you are doing. If you disturb your good deeds, will we be killed by you when we arrive? Shen Xiang threw the black skin-tight clothes back to Xiao Xianglin, said with a smile, I don't have to change. Why? Change clothes. We have night operations. It is more convenient. Xiao Xianglin said. Shen Xiang thought about it and applied the transformation technique to directly make the clothes on his body black. Look, I am not changing it. Well, you actually master this evil technique. You are amazing. Xiao Xianglin put the suit away, then turned to the door. We have to hurry. Shen Xiang didn't have time to get what it was. Xiao Xianglin was already flying. He could only follow Xiao Xianglin and run out of Dragon Elephant Sect. Coming out of the Dragon Elephant Sect, Xiao Xianglin released 2 big dragon elephants. It was no longer the formerly formidable, majestic dragon elephant. The 8-headed dragon elephant was her parents. These 2 are her own. Shen Xiang, after entering the cart, Why didn't your parents give you dragon elephant? Because they also go to that place. Dragon elephant is a must for their operations. Xiao Xianglin said, They usually in the Dragon Elephant Sect. They can lend me and let me pull the car. Are you not their baby daughter? How are they willing to let you start like this? Shen Xiang felt the big car being dragged and flying in the air, and it was already driving fast. I sneak out, don't worry. Xiao Xianglin said, I must go this kind of thing. What the H-E-L? L is it? You haven't told me yet. Shen Xiang snorted. Xiao Xianglin glanced at Xianger and gestured to her. Shen Xiang, have you heard of legendary spell? Xianger asked. I haven't heard of it. I know very little about Tao creation spell. Shen Xiang shook his head. Then you must have heard of Luo Juyang. Xianger said again, mentioning Luo Juyang. Qin Shuang in Hidden Jade Villa is a vibration, because Luo Juyang is her grandfather, son old ancestor. I heard that. Shen Xiang's face became serious. What? Luo Juyang suddenly appeared. Xianger was also excited. He and Gutong Elder's relations. H-I plus P is very good. He suddenly appeared in Dragon Elephant Sect and told Gutong Elder that he found legendary spell. Like Gutong Elder went with him. Shen Xiang took a deep breath, Luo Jiang actually appeared and also said what legend Tao creation spell. What exactly is legendary spell? Xin Xiang asked. It's a very good Tao creation spell. There are only 9 kinds of Tao creation spell in the world. These 9 Tao creation spells have 9 orders, and legendary spell is outside these 9 spells, and legendary spell is only separate. First order, but very powerful. We don't know what it is, Xiang said. The actual Tao creation spell has so much to learn. Xin Xiang nodded. He is now more concerned about Luo Jiang, because Qin Shuang is not similarly think of this matter. He does not know if he can see Luo Jiang this time. It's far from here. They've been away for 2 months, and other sects have learned about it, and they've all gone out. Xiao, Xianglin said, we are the most backward. Well, it's all because of me. I am sorry. Xin Xiang also has some self-blame. If he comes out early, he may be able to catch up with the big team and see Luo Jiang. It's too slow. Xiao, Xianglin kept complaining. If there is an 8-dragon elephant borrowed from your mother, will it be faster? Xin Xiang asked. No, the dragon elephant is bigger and not a fast beast. Xiao, Xianglin shook his head. If there is the Imperial Dragon Palace Black Dragon Horse, then we might not be too late. Really? Xin Xiang jumped at the brow, but he had a dragon horse. Black Dragon Horse has a bloodline with a black wind dragon and a lightning black horse, and the speed is naturally very fast. Xiao Xianglin said, unfortunately, this kind of thing is unique to the Imperial Dragon Palace. It's not the Imperial Dragon Palace. I have 2. Xin Xiang said seriously. Xiao Xianglin, their master and servant, also knows a lot about his secrets, such as Azure Dragon and Earth-suppressing Divine Elephant. There are also alchemy techniques, so I'm not afraid to know that they have a black dragon horse. Xiao Xianglin, after all, it is Xin Xiang's master. Although it is not long before they know each other, they usually fight with their mouths, but they have the same taste and are very compatible. The inside of the RV is still quite large, and Xin Xiang puts out 2 black dragon horses. This is the black dragon horse of the Imperial Dragon Palace. Where did you get it? Xiao Xianglin exclaimed, and Xianger and Linger were scared of dumbstruck. Not the Imperial Dragon Palace. As for where I got it, you don't have to worry about it. Can you dare to use it now? Xin Xiang asked. Cheat. This is clearly marked by the Imperial Dragon Palace. Xiao Xianglin pointed to a place on the neck of the horse. There is a fingerprint of the size of the finger. Xin Xiang did not find it before. Well, it's the Imperial Dragon Palace. Shen Xiang snorted. I killed 2 weak Imperial Dragon DS and tamed their black dragon horse. You don't want to talk around. Xiao Xianglin said. You guys are really messy, and you can kill the people of Imperial Dragon Palace. It's really daring. I still touched the black dragon horse. So close. Xianger has come up and caressed the black dragon horse, as did Ling. You don't want to go everywhere. Shen Xiang is warned repeatedly again. We are not stupid, of course. We won't talk around. Xiao Xianglin said, It's you. Don't show off. That's all right. Xianger said, There's no way to make these 2 dragon horses change color. If we use it and find it by the Imperial Dragon Palace, it will be troublesome. Xiao Xianglin squeezed Xianger's face. Little idiot, this black dragon horse can't be used just in case it was discovered by the Imperial Dragon Palace, and the consequences are very serious. Xin Xiang thought about it and said, Okay, what about this? He used the anti-strength on the 2 black dragon horses to make it invisible, so no one could see the black dragon horse, but the black dragon horse still exists. Shen Xiang also wants to go to that place quickly, so that she can meet Luo Jiang earlier, so using the black dragon horse is the fastest. Xiao Xianglin has long been amazed at Xin Xiang's various methods. She herself wants to go as soon as she wants Xin Xiang, and now she can only agree. It is now Shen Xiang and Linger riding a black dragon horse, Xiao Xianglin and Xianger, mainly Xiao Xianglin, who was last kissed by Xin Xiang suddenly, and she was very wary of Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang proposed to ride with her. She knew Xin Xiang's bad thoughts. Linger didn't worry too much that Xin Xiang would take her convenient. Anyway, she was appointed. After all, she was a female slave and she had seen Xin Xiang before. Linger didn't worry too much that Xin Xiang would take her convenient. Anyway, she was appointed. After all, she was a female slave and she had seen Xin Xiang before. But to her little disappointment, Xin Xiang unexpectedly did not take her convenient. In fact, mainly Xin Xiang is thinking about Luo Jiang, the sun-old ancestor, and has been talking to Qin Shuang about how to get to know Luo Jiang. I haven't known how my grandfather is doing now, Qin Shuang said. I am very worried that he has changed. Should not, he is still a friend with Gu Tong, indicating that he has not changed. Shen Xiang said with a smile, Little Shuang Shuang, you should have confidence in your grandfather. Xin Xiang understands what Qin Shuang is worried about. She is worried that her grandfather has changed her emotions for some reason. For example, practicing some cultivation techniques can make herself cold and ruthless. Or it is the invasion of the soul by some evil strength. This kind of thing is already strange. Qin Shuang and her grandfather have not seen each other for many years, which also worried her because the time is too long it will make people feel weaker. After all, her grandmother is so many years in ancient fire Ji. Oh, D sect, her grandfather did not go back. I must find him this time. Qin Shuang said, Grandma, she heard about the things on the other side of the world defying Soul River. It looks very wrong. It's very close. This will definitely be done. Xin Xiang comforted Qin Shuang. The black dragon horse is flying in the air and has been invisible, so from below it looks like Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin are three weird flying in the air. Xin Xiang and Linger ride a horse, but the speed of the black dragon horse is not slow and they don't feel crowded. The black dragon horse itself is very big. The horseback is long enough, but for stability, Xin Xiang just holding Linger behind. Xiao Xianglin, who was always on the side, looked at Xin Xiang in a daze. She thought that Xin Xiang would move to Linger fight, but if she didn't, Xin Xiang would be so honest, and she would have a few words in her heart. She thought Xin Xiang is deliberately loaded with pure. After Xin Xiang returned to G.O.D., he asked, How long will it be? Xiao Xianglin thought for a moment. There is still about 2 days or so. It is already very fast, and the speed of this black dragon horse is really fast. When Xin Xiang was in the 5th layer world defying Soul River, he had already seen the speed of the black dragon horse, so he had made up his mind at that time and must conquer a black dragon horse. But he did not expect that the back would be so smooth. Actually got 2 black dragon horses. That is, Shen Xiang smiled and held Linger's savory, beautiful, and alluring female slave, which made him feel very comfortable, although he had no thoughts on Linger. Shen Xiang, after you get close to the place, the black dragon horse is collected, and the Imperial Dragon Palace may have sent a large team to go. Xiao Xianglin said, Although you use the secret method to make the black dragon horse invisible, then the Dragon Palace guy may be able to sense it. Well, I know. I will be careful when I get there. Xin Xiang is still worried about the troubles of the Imperial Dragon Palace. The Imperial Dragon Palace on the surface does not seem to S. N. A. T. C. H. the top 10 sect disciple. Dragon, but who knows in the dark? Fortunately, he did not expose his own azure dragon. Otherwise, let the Imperial Dragon Palace know that it will definitely hit his attention. Master, what exactly is that place? Is there any problem with my strength going there? Xin Xiang asked. You don't have to worry about this. Xianger and Linger can protect you. Xiao Xianglin said, We just have to get together to see if we can step on bulls. H.I. Plus T luck and let us get legendary spell. Yeah, we're going to open our eyes. Legendary spell thinks that's all right, Linger said, then deliberately relying on Xin Xiang, and I don't know why. She leaned on Xin Xiang's arms and felt that there was the same kind of comfort. She was so close to the man for the first time. Linger is divine world, defying realm, but she is a female slave after all, and since she was a child, even though her cultivation base is higher than Xinxiang, her status is not as good as Xinxiang. Not to mention Xinxiang is very capable. She thinks it is very good to have close contact with such a man. Xiao Xianglin saw that Linger seemed to enjoy Xinxiang holding, and the heart of this little girl who was stunned by the spring actually took Xinxiang's convenient. Xinxiang, who wouldn't know Linger mind, he did not expect the small female slave to dare to do so, but fortunately he is a determined man, not so easy to be confused by this little female slave. The place where legendary spell appears is called Headless Mountain Range. Xiao Xianglin looked at the mountains in front. The mountains here are all mountain peaks, so they haven't arrived yet. Is it true that there are no mountains in the Headless Mountain Range? Xinxiang said, yes, the mountains seem to be cut by people, and the mountains of large and small are like this. Linger said tenderly, so the Headless Mountain Range is very recognizable. 2 days after the black dragon horse flew, and as Xiao Xianglin expected, they had already arrived at the Headless Mountain Range. Xinxiang saw that many mountain peaks were cut off, and all the large and small mountains here were so. It's weird, no wonder it's called Headless Mountain Range. It's like a mountain without a head. Xinxiang landed 2 black dragon horses on the ground, and then removed the black dragon horse. What are you going to do next? Let's arrange it. Xinxiang was quite convinced by Linger's beautiful and alluring female slaves for the past 2 days. He felt that he was losing money. Linger came down from the black dragon horse. Some haughty came to Xiao Xianglin, and Xiao Xianglin licked her bee. You, tea-talks. Linger just spit his tongue, and still haughty. The next time you get back, you lose money. Su Maiyao Jiao said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have a bad day. Long Shui chuckle said. Xiao Xianglin didn't say anything about it. He looked serious and said, we have to be careful to go in. We can move slowly during the day and can be used for rest. At night it is fast. Why? Xinxiang did not understand. Because there are a lot of dragon elephant sect spies in the Headless Mountain Range. I can't let them find that I am here. Otherwise I will be killed by them when I see my mother. Xiao Xianglin lightly snorted and said, I thought that there was something wrong with this Headless Mountain Range that made you so careful. Actually, it was a spy. Xinxiang was shocked. Dragon elephant sect spies have a communication jade, and the communication jade is smelted into S.P.A.C. spell, which can quickly send messages. If they are directed to me, my mother will know immediately and then stop me. Xiao Xianglin said, change appearance is just fine. Xinxiang said, how big is it? The spies are very powerful. Even if they change appearance, they can recognize me. Xiao Xianglin shook her head, and she was obviously caught by these spies many times. Xinxiang sighed and said, you are my most talented master. Xinxiang sighed and said, you are my most talented master. Xiao Xianglin is very dissatisfied. What do you mean? I have no ability. Do you still have a lot of masters before? There are several Xinxiang's master. Master, how come you can come out with disciple? How can you be sneaky? You don't feel wrong. I feel very wrong with disciple. You are now a person with disciple, not the previous pretty brat. You have to come up with the domineering of the master. Xinxiang said with a sigh of relief. What do you do when you ride the 8-headed dragon elephant that day? Are you at the divine weapon-building 10th layer? Where have you been? Feed the dog? Xiao Xianglin was beaten down by Xinxiang. Although she was so irritated, she couldn't say anything. She was not afraid of anything, but she was afraid of her parents. Xinxiang clasped her chest with her hands and snorted, I am more aggressive than you. I am not afraid of that much. Xiao Xianglin took a look at Xinxiang's chest, shouted, well then, what do you say? How to do it? Of course, let go of your 2 big dragon elephants. Drag your big car, fly in with great mighty. Who dares to be in front of you? You go back to that's it. Xinxiang said, respond to those who come to the road with the most arrogant words, no matter who they are. After that, Xinxiang hurriedly said, no, you should let Linger or Xianger talk arrogantly. The master does not speak. Only let the female slave around him say arrogantly. This can be more arrogant. Xiao Xianglin thought about it. In order not to be looked down on by her own disciple, she could only do it with her scalp. She was coldly snorted and said to the two beautiful and alluring female slaves, you two little girls are listening. Come on, when you talk, how many arrogances are arrogant? How many squats? Know it. Linger and Xianger are unanimous, and their chief big sister is hard to beat. Xiao Xianglin released her two-headed dragon elephant and sighed. The dragon elephants of these two gimmicks are too small, and I only have two-headed dragon elephant. The momentum is not enough. Your green dragon chi is enough, but two swing. Shan Xiang thought about it and released more than a dozen heaven-devouring rats. Take this thing, Xiao Xianglin just wanted to say just thing, only to see that more than 10 heaven-devouring rats suddenly became bigger and became exactly the same as her dragon elephant. But the momentum was weaker and saw more than a dozen such huge elephant together. It is still very shocking. I just can't fly. Xinxiang said with a smile, do you have any way? I let my dragon elephant release a flying field. As long as things in the field can be hung up, these mice just charge the scene. Xiao Xianglin went to touch the heaven-devouring rat dragon elephant, said with a smile, it's quite like it. Heaven-devouring rat with the strength of Xinxiang's. Heaven-devouring rat is now the peak of violent world-defying realm or world-defying sacred realm initial stage, and it won't be too weak. Xinxiang, what kind of ghost do you have? The naughty Linger has jumped on the back of heaven-devouring rat dragon elephant, and it seems that it is no different from the real dragon elephant. In this way, Xiao Xianglin flew in the air with a 16-head dragon elephant pull. Although the speed was a bit slower, but it looked very powerful. The 16 dragon elephant carts seemed to have never been. Xianger stood in front of the garage and looked at the 16 formidable dragon elephants in front, like a small hill with a smile. Only two ends are true, said Xiao Xianglin. Enough. Scare people, that's all right. Who doesn't know that we are dragon elephant sect? Can they really dare not get it? Linger said, the top 10 sects disciplines are just a little bit contradictory. There has never been a strong conflict. The dragon elephant sect itself is aligned with Tao creation sect. So Gutong will appear in the dragon elephant sect before. Gutong Elder often has our dragon elephant sect, and Gutong Elder is also very good at Tao creation sect. Even Dean has to respect him. No one dares to bully our dragon elephant sect. Xiao Xianglin nodded. I don't know why, he just came to our dragon elephant sect. Luo Jiang is here. Don't they make an appointment? Xinxiang said. Your dragon elephant sect has a unique fusion spell, and Gutong often comes to this door, apparently for fusion spell. Maybe. But Gutong is an old man who is very good and often points to our dragon elephant sect's recognized refiner, Xiao Xianglin said. Xinxiang went to Tao creation sect before, just to see Gutong. Now, he didn't expect to see Gutong in dragon elephant sect. Now, he is Xiao Xianglin's discipline. He may see Gu often in the future. Tong. Below the headless mountain range, there are several dragon elephant sect spies hiding in the trees. They saw a large black press thing flying over the sky. They took a closer look and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. What is going on here? Did I see dragon elephant just now? 16 dragon elephant. You are not mistaken. It is the 16 dragon elephant. Although it has converged momentum, it can still sense the atmosphere of dragon elephant. The car is very familiar, it's Xiao Xianglin senior sister. How can she have 16 dragon elephant? It's impossible. Her mother is elder. It is the main force of this big team. With dragon elephant, it is impossible to lend her. And even if she lends her, there won't be that much. Right, did the elders say it? The Shao senior sister is coming, and it is going to pass. S immediately, then stop the Shao senior sister and not let him enter the depths of the mountains. Not only did the dragon elephant sect spies see it, but other spies such as the sect, the family, and the Imperial Dragon Palace also saw the spectacular 16-headed dragon elephant towed the car in the air. Not a dragon elephant sect spy. But not familiar with Shao Xianglin's car, they only think that the dragon elephant sect's super old Undyne came, and they sent back. Dragon elephant sect spies can't figure out what's going on at this time, but there are orders on it, and now they can only stop. Several spies released their own dragon elephant and then rode dragon elephant to the air. Shao senior sister, is that you? Junior brother Wu Zhong. Ordered to receive Shao senior sister here. A black man said, Who is it? Xiang'er cold voice asked. Shao senior sister's father, Elder Shao. Wu Zhong said quickly. He could hear that it was the voice of Xiang'er, the male disciple in Dragon Elephant sect, who didn't know that Shao Xianglin always followed Xiang'er and Ling. Ere these two beautiful and alluring female slaves? After all, it is her own sect's disciple. Shao Xianglin gives Xiang'er sound transmission, so that she should not be so arrogant, so as not to be difficult to explain afterwards. Generally like that's all right. Good to know, many thanks. We have to rush to the depths of the mountains, Xiang'er said. At this time, Wu Zhong received a reply, which was sent by Shao Xianglin's father, Elder Shao. Let's release. Wu Zhong didn't know what was going on, and then let it go. But after he let it go, I saw a few people who stepped on divine sword in the distance. Shen Xiang saw it from inside, and he had a face that he was very familiar with. That is the white man who smashed divine sword. Shen Xiang remembers that this guy is mortal sect and one of the top 10 sects. Nowadays appeared here. It is obviously a spy. He definitely recognizes Shao Xianglin's cart. Shen Xiang remembers that this guy is mortal sect and one of the top 10 sects. Nowadays appeared here. It is obviously a spy. He definitely recognizes Shao Xianglin's cart. Shao Xianglin in the car? Asked the white man cold voice, because he already knew that the person who destroyed his divine sword became Shao Xianglin's disciple, which made him very angry. He originally thought that Shao Xianglin and his relations, I plus P were good, but he accepted his enemies. It was obviously to protect Xinxiang. So he saw Shao Xianglin's big car and immediately rushed up. Dai Hai, what do you have? Say it quickly. Linger is speaking because Xinxiang said before the master does not speak. This is the most arrogant. Let Shao Xianglin speak. Dai Hai was angry. He saw 16 dragon elephants in front. Although he was a little scared and confused, he thought that Shao Xianglin would not be like him. He and Shao Xianglin are both sects. Among the core disciple, if Shao Xianglin kills him, it will cause a big contradiction between sect. There's nothing to say about that's all right. Linger said again. Dai Hai was angry. Shao Xianglin actually asked a female slave to talk to him. It was obvious that he looked down on him, but he couldn't attack anything. Shao Xianglin couldn't do anything about him. He couldn't do anything about Shao Xianglin. Shao Xianglin, why do you accept that guy as a disciple? Dai Hai asked in anger. His divine sword was ruined by Xinxiang, but he was severely punished. Otherwise, he would not be a spy here. Wu Zhong, they are just watching the dragon elephant sect deep pond. They are spies, they know a lot of things, and they know that Dai Hai divine sword is smashed, and that person is Xinxiang by Shao Xianglin. Inviting the dragon elephant sect, although only the world-defying sacred realm middle stage. But with the true dragon saint soul, the future is boundless. This is my patriarch thing. It has nothing to do with you. If there is nothing else, please let it go. Don't stop us from doing important things, Linger said. Wu Zhong smiled in the heart. Mortal sects disciples eat. They also like to see, after all, Xinxiang is the dragon elephant sect's discipline. Can do this. Add a lot of light to their dragon elephant sect. Linger finished, regardless of Dai Hai. Dragon elephant roared and rushed out. Dai Hai was furious but could not stop it, Only dragon elephant flew. Xiao Xianglin's 16 dragon elephants are still very scary, especially when they roar together, but Daihai, who is suspended in front of dragon elephant, is blue. This is called Shen Xiang's brat. I will make you look good sooner or later. Daihai said in a bad heart, watching his luxury car go away. His heart is also extremely endless. His grandfather and parents are also the elder of mortal sect, but he looks far less than Xiao Xianglin. The light is Xiao Xianglin's more than 10 dragon elephants, so the spy here is not as good as it is. Shen Xiang lay on a chair and said, "This Daihai is not good for the future. Master, do you say that mortal sect will pursue me to smash the divine sword? No, this is your grievances with Daihai. It will not involve the sect level." Xiao Xianglin said, "This guy is really, I have a disciple off his ass. Every time I go to divine weapon building, this guy is pretending to be all day and always taunting others. I have long wanted to teach him." "Linger, you just did not perform well," Shin Xiang said with a smile. "The next time you are told, people are not the kind of arrogant people." Linger was very wronged and said with a small mouth, "You are the chief big sister's disciple anyway. You have nothing to say to the master." "Well, next time you allow me to come, if you are too arrogant, chief big sister master, you have to support me." Shin Xiang happily said with a smile, "You guy, when you have to talk about the situation, what to say to someone who's all right, don't be so arrogant to anyone." Xiao Xianglin is very worried about Shin Xiang's because she has experienced the invisible arrogance of Shin Xiang. "Chief big sister, those dragon elephants should lie to elder them." Xianger said, "How about when I was recognized?" "I am not afraid. I will tell them directly when it is time. This is what I deliberately made scary." Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, "I will see how they will react." D.A.M. And forget to ask where the Wu Zhong team is. Xiao Xianglin patted the leg and said, "Look ahead," Xiang hastily shouted. Xiao Xianglin and Shin Xiang both headed out of the big car. I saw a strange cloud in the distant sky. This cloud covered the distant sky and released a crystal light glow. If it is at night, look at it. It will be very beautiful. Is that place in the clouds? Linger surprisedly said, "It's not a cloud. It's just a barrier. There is a huge formation plate in the cloud. The release barrier is underneath. Under the clouds, it should be the area where legendary spell appears." Xiao Xianglin condensed the eyebrows and saw it at a glance. The same is true of Feng Kuer in Hidden Jade Villa, who can sense the strength of the barrier and the seal. After flying for a long time, suddenly had a dragon elephant flying up. He was a delicate and pretty man. "Is it a Xiao senior sister? Come with me." Didn't talk much. Xiao Xianglin controlled dragon elephant to follow the past, then landed on a huge headless mountain. After the headless mountain was flattened, there was ASPA, Sias Flat, and the dragon elephant sect team was on the flat. Encampment at high alt. 1. Toot. Shen Xiang saw the flats on the top of the giant mountains not far away, and many people camped. 16 dragon elephant carts landed on the ground, and the scene was very big. It attracted many dragon elephant sects fragments to watch. They saw that the first reaction of these dragon elephants was shocked. Who would give it? More dragon elephant. Xiao Xianglin pulls the car. But take a closer look. The overall look of these dragon elephant looks very weak. "Hey, mother." Xiao Xianglin came down from the cart and ran to the 2 middle-aged men and women. Normally she was a wild woman, but after seeing her parents, it was like a little lamb. After Shin Xiang got off the bus, she came behind Xiao Xianglin and saluted her parents. "Disciple Shin Xiang, I have seen 2 elders." Xiao Xianglin received a disciple, and her parents knew it the first time, but they didn't look at it. Now, after seeing Shin Xiang, I feel very satisfied. Dead gimmicks. What happened to these dragon elephants? A middle-aged woman pinched Xiao Xianglin's face, somewhat angry, said, I thought it was loaned to you by your grandparents. I didn't expect looks, but not at all. Xiao Xianglin hastily looked at Xinxiang and gave Xinxiang a look and let Xinxiang explain. Elder, this is a little trick for the discipline. Xinxiang finished, waved the heaven-devouring rat back to the original shape. After the dragon-elephant sex discipline was seen, the heart was darkly cursed, but it was fake, but it scared them. Xiao Xianglin's parents saw Xinxiang's little trick, and they were secretly surprised. They knew that the disciple of their daughter was a bit of a skill. They had a very powerful divine sword and could use divine sword made with Tao creation saint stone. Broken, and there is dragon saint soul. Xiao Xianglin's parents saw Xinxiang's little trick, and they were secretly surprised. They knew that the disciple of their daughter was a bit of a skill. They had a very powerful divine sword and could use divine sword made with Tao creation saint stone. Broken, and there is dragon saint soul. Xianglin, you are here, that's all right. Xiao Xianglin's father Xiao Hengyong said seriously, it is safe in this place, and the front of the barrier is hard to say, for the comfort of his daughter. Xiao Hengyong will not let her in. Xiao Xianglin heard, angry, coldly snorted. She did not say anything. She certainly knows Xiao Hengyong this is for her safety, is good for her. But she is not convinced because here many people's cultivation base is similar to her, and even some of them are not so powerful. They can go in and she can't. You are really noisy. Xianglin, you don't think about it for yourself. You have to think about your disciple. She just collected a good disciple, and you took her with me, really. Xiao Hengyong said. Xianglin took a look at Xinxiang and licked her mouth. She thought that the discipline here was dead, and Xinxiang would not necessarily die. She could understand the hidden strength of Xinxiang. Xinxiang, let's go. Xiao Xianglin came to the open S.P.A.C. with Xinxiang, Xianger, and Linger took her RV, and then she took the gas to the RV. Xinxiang followed, and Xiao Xianglin was so FLUS, teared because her parents always treated her like a child. What now? Linger said. Xinxiang, think about it. Xianger saw Xinxiang calm and composed and pushed Xinxiang. What are you worried about? Wait until they are advanced. Xinxiang said with a smile. There's nothing so angry about this kind of thing. Your parents will not let you in. You promised that he would not go in, that's all right, and promised to come down and say. Do you mean we sneak in? Said Xiao Xianglin. Well, although it is a very powerful barrier, you have to have confidence in our strength. Without their help, we can go in. Xinxiang looked through the window and looked at the distant light glow that was enveloped by the clouds. The area covered by that barrier is large. This is a try. I am worried that we can't go in when we can. Xiao Xianglin said, the big sects should come very early, but now they are all outside, not entering the barrier. It is obviously the barrier. Blocked or waiting for an opportunity. Wait for the barrier to open. Master, you will know when you go out and ask. You promised that your parents would not go in and said that they are very curious about the things here. They will tell you. Xinxiang happily said with a smile. When you ask, I will go and explore the barrier. Okay. Xiao Xianglin has already lost a lot of anger at this time. If she can wear the barrier with Xinxiang, she is not afraid of being blamed by her parents. Xiao Xianglin walked out of the RV and went to her parents to ask about the details. After a little half an hour, Xiao Xianglin came back. Gutong and Luojiang have already entered. I didn't expect Dragon Elephant Sect and Tao Creation Sects Dean to come. They also entered the barrier. Xiao Xianglin said, this barrier is only the day of the full moon. The opportunity become weak and you can open a hole with a strong enough strength. Dean, they are advanced to explore the road, with more than a dozen powerful temples, disciple advanced. Wait for them to explore the situation, and then inform outsiders to enter inside. Xinxiang looked at the barrier in the distance, whispered. So what about legendary spell? So many people go in. Will they get legendary spell? Or is there a lot of good things? I don't know. I am deliberately concealing something. Anyway, I don't think there is only a legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin said. Otherwise, it will not let such a powerful discipline come. Xinxiang just saw it. The discipline here is the temple discipline, which is the core strength of sect. Well, I will go to the barrier to explore outside. Xinxiang looked at the sky. It is already late. Xiao Xianglin nodded. She is now very assured by Xinxiang. She thinks that Xinxiang is much more powerful than many temples. In the dark, Xinxiang casts an anti-strength stealth and then leaves the RV. The flat land on the top of the mountain was shrouded in a barrier released by a formation plate. Xinxiang used SPAC power and PAS said easily. He had already realized some SPAC methods and enhanced the use of SPAC power. Xinxiang released the Divine Mirror of Six Paths, who flew quickly on the Divine Mirror of Six Paths and quickly came to the barrier. Little Kur, what do you think? Xinxiang knows nothing about the barrier, and Feng Kur is proficient. Feng Kuta came out of Hidden Jade Villa, put his little hand on the barrier, and closed his eyes. She was exploring the strength of the barrier and the construction of the barrier. After an hour, Feng Kur gained something and said, "It's very tricky. This barrier is laid out by Tao creation spell. If you want to go through it, you can only use SPAC time power to penetrate the SPAC. Is my strength now?" asked Xinxiang. Feng Cooper shook his head. This barrier has a lot of restrictions on SPAC power. However, this is the only way to break through. Otherwise, you can only wait for the full moon. Night of the full moon? There are still some days. Xinxiang said. Xiao Xianglin will definitely be seen by her sister-in-law when she is dead, so it is difficult to act, so we can only advance. Your SPAC power is not enough, but your Divine Mirror of Six Paths has copied several teleportation formations before. I should be able to modify those teleportation formations to allow Divine Mirror of Six Paths to release enough SPAC power, then reabsorb your time power and teleport in. Feng Kuta said, "But you need Master to help." "This is no problem," said Xinxiang. "Well, go back now. I will talk to her first. She is proficient in the formation, and it is better to discuss it with her," Feng Kur said. After Xinxiang returned to the RV, Xiao Xianglin hattily whispered, "How's it? Is that barrier easy to assess?" "Not easy, this question. Let this little girl compare with you." Xinxiang shook his head. "Little girl?" Xiao Xianglin, their master and servant, are very confused. Where is the little girl? Just when they were puzzled, Feng Kuta came out of Hidden Jade Villa. She was a little girl, and she was very cute and liked it at first glance. "This is your daughter." Xiao Xianglin groaned and asked, "He couldn't give birth to a daughter like me." Feng Kur is sweet with a smile. Xinxiang explained the origin of Feng Kur. Xiao Xianglin and several of them can accept this kind of thing, but they are surprised. Then Feng Kuter talks with Xiao Xianglin about the barrier. Listening to Xiao Xianglin frightened and teared, she suddenly felt that Feng Kuer would be more suitable for her disciple. Xianger also saw Feng Kuer, a cute and beautiful little girl, who talked about the various esoteric structures of the barrier and was surprised to hear. Xianger also saw Feng Kuer, a cute and beautiful little girl, who talked about the various esoteric structures of the barrier and was surprised to hear. Although they already knew that this was not an ordinary little girl, it is still being shocked. "Xianglin, elder sister, you have to work with me to create a spatial formation. You need to control the spatial formation. You have the cultivation base of divine, world-define realm, which can convey a stronger strength." Feng said, "The formation in Divine Mirror of Six Paths can be directly released without absorbing energy. Instead, it needs to inject enough energy into the SPAC to stimulate the formation of spatial formation." Good. Xiao Xianglin thought it was a bit difficult, but the little girl in front of her felt that there was nothing. She certainly couldn't back down. Shenxiang took out his divine mirror of 6 paths. Anyway, Xiao Xianglin is already his master. It is not a big deal for the master to see his baby thing. The construction of divine mirror of 6 paths immediately attracted Xiao Xianglin, and Feng Kuke took her into a place in the divine mirror of 6 paths where they were to arrange S, P, A, C formation. Xinxiang, time domain to us. Feng Kuter said, this esoteric formation takes a lot of time. Divine mirror of 6 paths has copied several teleportation formations. Now, Feng Kuer and Xiao Xianglin need to modify those teleportation formations and change them into spatial formation so that the spatial formation can fuse Xin Xiang's time power and absorb Xiao Xianglin. The strength can absorb the powerful energy that Xiao Xianglin burst out in an instant. Shen Xiang showed time domain to Xiao Xianglin and Feng Kuer, who are now arranging spatial formations in time domain. Xiao Xianglin didn't know S, P-A-C spell, but after she saw the mantras, she immediately recognized it. Feng Kuer knew S, P-A-C spell, which made Xiao Xianglin admire. Little Kuer, these S, P-A-C spell, where did you learn? SPA-C spell is here, but the very rare Tao creation spell, although not particularly difficult to learn, cannot be circulated. We only have 3 dragon elephant sect. I can't learn. Xiao Xianglin didn't expect Feng Kuer to master 9. Xinxiang has. I can teach you too. Feng Kuer sweet, said with a smile. Then quickly draw 9 S-P-A-C spells and put them into 9 small crystal boards. After that, Xiao Xianglin learns that's all right. Thank you so much. Xiao Xianglin is unbelievable. Feng Kuer is so generous, and she is given to her directly. Feng Kuer is also very easy to get S-P-A-C spell. Xiao Xianglin is Xin Xiang's master, and she feels nothing. Soon, I went to Feng Kuer's Xiao Xianglin, because Xiao Xianglin had a very heavenly defined learning of Tao creation spells innate talent, and in a few days he successfully mastered 3 S-P-A-C spells. Feng Kuer used a lot of time when he was studying these S-P-A-C spells, but Xiao Xianglin was so easy. Xianglin elder sister, you are amazing. You learned Tao creation spells innate talent is really high. I learned it for a long time before I mastered 3 Tao creation spells. Feng Kuer is succinct and envious. Xiao Xianglin has studied Tao creation spell in various chaos. There are many complicated Tao creation spells. Now she goes back to learn the simple S-P-A-C spell, which is simply too easy. In the following time, Xiao Xianglin and Feng Kuer teamed up for almost a year to arrange the S-P-A-C formation. Xiao Xianglin learned 2 S-P-A-C spells during this time and learned S-P-A-C spell to come to her. Say just like playing. Shenxiang, this guy has a lot of Tao creation spell. Actually doesn't teach me. Xiao Xianglin is indignant. You are his master. He certainly won't teach you. And he doesn't think it's good. Feng Kuer Jiao said with a smile, he is very valued. Hey, this brat is really... Xiao Xianglin snorted and couldn't say anything. She was Xinxiang's master. If she went to Xinxiang to learn Tao creation spell, where did her master's face go? If she wants to give Xinxiang benefits, she doesn't know what to give. She thinks that Xinxiang will definitely not lack anything. Even if she lacks it, she can't give it. Xiao Xianglin and Feng Kuer came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths. They have already remodeled the formation, and Xinxiang used the 2nd level time domain, so it was only half a day outside. My good deed, you honestly tell Master, how many fusion spells do you have now? Xiao Xianglin knew that Xinxiang's time domain was so powerful and felt that Xinxiang had retired for a year before and definitely used time domain. Xinxiang erected forefingers, and it didn't make sense to squat down. For you actually have the following fusion spell. Xiao Xianglin didn't expect it. She thought that Xinxiang had S-P-A-C spell already very good. Actually, behind those effusion spell, it was very precious. She always wanted to get it. Xinxiang said, "Hey," he said, "I will tell you later, and I will later know what the Tao creation spell is." Xiang'er and Ling'er, the two gimmicks, heard the clouds and did not understand what Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin said. After Xiao Xianglin explained, they finally understood that they thought that they were the genius of learning Tao creation spell, like Xiao Xianglin. "I used it for almost 200 years to learn 4. Xinxiang snorted, and now he knows that Xiao Xianglin learned 5 S-P-A-C spells which took less than a year. This innate talent made him envy, jealousy, hate. "It's stupid," Xiao Xianglin haughty smirked. "It's better to teach master to learn those Tao creation spells, and then I will guide you to study, which will make you the result with half the effort." "Really?" Xinxiang did not believe. "You don't believe in these two gimmicks. They learn Tao creation spells. Innate talent is worse than you, and there is no foundation before, but they learn the complex spells of 6 kinds of fusion spell, but you are fast. It's almost the same. Just because they are the mentor, they can be so fast." Xiao Xianglin said with great confidence, "Well, wait until you get legendary spell. If you can learn legendary spell, you have to get it." Xinxiang said that he is a more greedy person, no matter whether he is useful or not. But if he has the chance, he must it will not be let go. "Well, let's go." Xiao Xianglin was excited, saying to Xiang'er and Ling'er, "You will follow, and you may have to borrow your strength." Xiao Xianglin intends to leave the RV here because she already knows some of the uses of the Xinxiang Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. In this way, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin enter the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and then let Divine Mirror of 6 Paths stealth. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, after getting smaller, fly out of the window and go to the flat barrier and use the newly arranged formation teleport. They were not found during the day, and they ran out very successfully. Xiao Hengyong husband and wife have been staring at Xiao Xianglin's big car for the past 2 days. They shouted twice from time to time and saw Xiao Xianglin head out, and they were relieved. It can be seen that Xiao Xianglin has also sneaked many times before. Otherwise her parents will not be so vigilant. Xiao Hengyong husband and wife have been staring at Xiao Xianglin's big car for the past 2 days. They shouted twice from time to time and saw Xiao Xianglin head out, and they were relieved. It can be seen that Xiao Xianglin has also sneaked many times before. Otherwise her parents will not be so vigilant. "Xianglin! Xianglin!" Xiao Hengyong shouted. He waited for a moment because in the past Xiao Xianglin always quickly came out, but now it does not. "Xianglin!" Xiao Hengyong shouted twice, but still no one. Even if she didn't see Xiao Xianglin, she should at least see her 2 female slaves or disciple. Xiao Hengyong, anxious, immediately rush over. Go in and see it is empty, no one. "This is a dead girl." Xiao Hengyong snorted and snorted, then hastily rushed out. "Master, what's wrong?" Responsible for watching Xiao Xianglin's 2 disciplines habitually, they are Xiao Hengyong's disciple. "Xianglin, this dead girl, unexpectedly ran. Don't you see it?" Xiao Hengyong only thought it was AHL. The barrier here is not very strong, but some people ran out and touched the barrier. They will find it, but they are not aware of it at all. Junior sister is not inside. The disciple was also anxious, but they kept staring at it for a moment, and they didn't see any movement. Xiao Xianglin actually disappeared. Xiao Hengyong hastily called his wife, and the 2 elders came over. Xiao Xianglin could disappear from here, and they didn't know the old fellows. It was really weird. "This nothing," said an old man, because the barrier here is responsible for him, and even if there are any insects flying in, he can sense it. But Xiao Xianglin, a few of them, ran out. They are not known. This girl has more and more patterns. Xiao Xianglin's mother said, "It must be the ghost of her disciple." before the little brat made more than 10 days of dragon elephant. I lied to me, and I don't know what method he used. Xiao Hengyong is anxious to die because he knows Xiao Xianglin. Where did they go if they went to a very dangerous place? He thought of it. Not necessarily. Xianglin herself has the super high innate talent to learn Tao creation spell. Maybe she plagiarized to what powerful Tao creation spell, Ningyu said here, exclaimed. SPAC spell must be in this way. She must master SPAC spell. Xiao Hengyong almost jumped up after hearing it. Which SPAC spell? SPAC spell that this girl learned. We only have 3 and can't just S it. You and I don't understand. How could she understand? Tao Creation Sect also has it, but Tao Creation Sect is also impossible to S it out. Ning Yu said with a frown. You can only see her before you ask. An elder sighed. This girl has been learning a lot of Tao creation spell in various ways. We don't have as much control of our old bones. This is a dead girl. I must take care of her for a while. Xiao Hengyong is in a hurry and is very angry. Shen Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths has already flown outside the super barrier. What is legendary spell? Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin are the same expectations. What is legendary spell? Master, if you can't succeed, it's up to you. Xin Xiang said to Xiao Xianglin. The 3 women, they're all divine world-defying realm, and they burst out a strong strength and let divine mirror of 6 paths absorb. He Feng Yuan stayed aside and watched. Divine world-defying realm was strong, and He Feng Yuan had always wanted to step into the field, but did not succeed. One of the 3 women of divine world-defying realm is now Shen Xiang's master, which made He Feng Yuan think of it. Xin Xiang actually recognized a master so quickly, and it was so beautiful. Okay, it will be successful. Xiao Xianglin is very confident that the SPAC formation is a combination of her and Feng Kuer. It is a very strange form. Once opened, it can release a strong SPAC power, then reabsorb Shen Xiang's time power, transform into a powerful SPAC time strength, and cross the barrier with divine mirror of 6 paths. Xiao Xianglin and the 2 female slaves put their hands on the SPAC formation, and Xin Xiang walked over and put his hand on it. 1, 2, 3, start! Xiao Xianglin shouted. They released strength together. Xiao Xianglin, the 3 women, released the strongest world-defying power, while Xin Xiang was the strongest time power. For a moment, Shen Xiang felt that divine C's strength was taken away most of the time. He had his control over the divine mirror of 6 paths teleport. After crossing the barrier, he only felt that he was taken out and slept on the ground. Xiao Xianglin, they have nothing to do. This guy, Xiao Xianglin squeezed a pair of Xin Xiang's cheeks, happily said with a smile. Good guys rest. Xin Xiang only has the cultivation base of the world-defying sacred realm late stage, which is naturally better than their 3 divine world-defying realm. Xin Xiang recovered after a day and night. Well, we are now in this mysterious area. What's next? Xin Xiang asked. How do we look for legendary spell? This area is not small, and maybe there is still a crisis. It is not easy to find Tao creation spell. It's better to let me go out and try to see if I can sense my grandfather. Qin Shuang came out of Hidden Jade Villa and appeared in the room inside Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Suddenly a woman came out. Xiao Xianglin, they're not surprised because they have seen He Feng Yuan before. Xiao Xianglin secretly coldly snorted. Shen Xiang said that she is a countless woman. She still has some unbelief, but now she believes it really is a color embryo. The woman around is better than one. Good. Let's go out together. I have master protection. It will be safer. Xin Xiang said, and then quickly introduced Qin Shuang to Xiao Xianglin. Xin Xiang, several of them came to Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and stood on top of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Little Shuang, who is your grandfather? Xiao Xianglin asked curiously. She also called Qin Shuang with Xin Xiang. Luo Jiuyang. Xinxiang answered for Qin Shuang. Xiao, Xianglin, I can't believe it. Is this true? Xiang'er was shocked. This is impossible. We have never heard of Luo Jiang having a family. Luo Jiang seems to have only one friend, Gutong. Linger said. Xiao, Xianglin looked at divine mirror of 6 paths at the foot, took a deep breath, the spirit pattern above and the bronze style, too much like the 9 firmaments divine sword she had seen. She immediately thought of Xinxiang's 9 firmaments divine sword blends with this strange divine mirror of 6 paths. Now she understands why Xinxiang's 9 firmaments divine sword starts to look so ordinary, but suddenly changes a lot, actually can be merged with divine mirror of 6 paths together. I sensed it. Grandpa is there. Qin Shuang, surprised, shouted, pointing in one direction. At the same time, a strong breath suddenly came in, making Xinxiang panicked. Get away from here. Xiao, Xianglin shouted, Xinxiang, while sensing this breath, moved them all into the divine mirror of 6 paths, and then controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths. Xinxiang, they just came out just a short time ago, and this strong atmosphere appeared, which must be directed at them. Xinxiang, they just came out just a short time ago, and this strong atmosphere appeared, which must be directed at them. Will it be the person who entered here? Xiang'er said, Absolutely not. Xiao Xianglin is very certain. The smell is not human-owned. It should be a beast made by violent world, defying soul. Xinxiang has come here and has never seen the mad soul beast. The violent world, defying soul, is very powerful. If it can be turned into a beast, the strength is definitely not weak. In short, I am not the opponent of that thing. Xiao Xianglin sighed. I don't know what Dean did after they came in. Xinxiang didn't talk because the latter thing was chasing him. What the Hell is this? Xinxiang couldn't see anything behind him, but he felt the pressure. Can't you see? Xiao Xianglin looked at the wall behind him, only to see the very calm tree and nothing else. Xiao Xianglin, a few of them were watching carefully at this time, trying to find a trace, but found nothing. Is that thing still chasing? Qin Shuang asked. Yes, said Xinxiang. Now if wanted to change direction? Xinxiang, he controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths and flew to Luo Jiang. Just now Qin Shuang had already sensed the direction of Luo Jiang. Xinxiang worried that this would cause trouble to Luo Jiang, so he asked Qin Shuang for advice. Go ahead, my grandfather's strength should be strong. Don't be afraid of this thing. Qin Shuang said, There should be more than just my grandfather. Gutong may be there. Now only Xinxiang can sense how terrifying things are chasing divine mirror of 6 paths. If he didn't have divine mirror of 6 paths, he could walk through the forest flexibly, and that might soon catch up. See it! He Feng Yuan suddenly shouted. Both Qin Shuang and Xiao Xianglin frowned because they didn't see anything. What have you seen? Xinxiang hastily asked. I obviously didn't see anything, Xiao Xianglin said. He Feng Yuan didn't answer. She stared at the image of the wall and suddenly shouted, You look at the trunk of the tree! A few women immediately stared at the tree, pointed by He Feng Yuan. I saw a transparent thing on the trunk. If I didn't look at it, it was hard to find. Because it was transparent, it looked like it was merged with the trunk. This thing got into the trunk. Qin Shuang shouted. Just as she just shouted, Xiao Xianglin pointed to another big tree, very close to the divine mirror of 6 paths. On the trunk of this big tree, there is another transparent thing. Xinxiang also saw this scene. It is no wonder that he could not find this thing chasing him before, but he felt a strong breath. Poisonous woman, what is this thing? Xinxiang thinks that He Feng Yuan may know, otherwise she will not find it, because it is hard to find it, because it is not deliberately paid attention. I just heard of this kind of thing. He Feng Yuan fell into meditation, and after a while he said, This kind of thing was also evolved by violent world defying soul. But it is a special violent world defying soul. Violent world defying soul is not a beast. It's not that the animal violent soul is a lot, and there are also swords and plants, which is not unusual. This violent world-defying soul is very, very rare, and it's rare like the SPAC violent soul or the time violent soul. He Feng Yuan went to check out a lot of things when he got the SPAC Saint Soul. Shen Xiang, they listened patiently. This violent world-defying soul is called the violent soul, which is made by Tao creation spell, or the violent world-defying soul produced by Tao creation spell. It is very strange and rare because it is only in a very rare special situation. The mantra violent soul will be born. Xiao Xianglin said, so this thing is the SPAC of the violent soul? They have just seen it. After the transparent thing is drilled into a tree, it can emerge from another tree. Just like the SPAC shuttle, the speed is very fast. Yes, and not only that, the cursed soul demon has a control over the plant and can sense the divine mirror of 6 paths through the tree. He Feng Yuan said, divine mirror of 6 paths is invisible. These things are perceived by the tree. So he will pa S through the tree to chase divine mirror of 6 paths. Xiao Xiangli nodded. If this thing can determine where divine mirror of 6 paths is, you can come over with teleport. Now he is constantly teleporting through the tree. It is because he can't directly sense divine mirror of 6 paths. But after the tree perceives it, he pa SES it to him. After he rushes over, he is slow. Now he pursues us, just waiting for us to make mistakes. He Feng Yuan said, the evolution to this point, the strength must be strong, be cautious. He Feng Yuan said so much. That is, let you know that this thing is so powerful. If you want to catch it, you have to be prepared. It seems that this place really has the existence of legendary spell. Otherwise, it will not be able to breed the spell soul demon. He Feng Yuan said, maybe this thing knows where legendary spell is. We have wanted to catch him. Feng Kuer is very excited. She is also very curious about this thing. It's not good to catch it. It's a very strong thing. Xin Xiang frowns, looked at Xiao Xianglin. Master, you should have sensed the breath of this thing. What level of strength do you think? Divine world, defying realm middle stage. Close to the divine world, defying realm late stage. Not the divine world, defying realm late stage. The divine world, defying realm late stages, world, defying divine soul, has a special touch that can be sensed. Xiao Xianglin said, are you good to deal with? Xin Xiang asked again. Xiao Xianglin shook his head. It's not easy to deal with, otherwise I and the 2 hoes will rush. Well, let me introduce this thing to my grandfather, Qin Shuang said. This is the only way now. Xin Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths flying in the tree spirit, the transparent mantra soul demon, has been chasing. Very patient. Although every time the fight is empty, but never give up. I don't know if your grandfather found legendary spell. Shen Xiang looked ahead. And now Qin Shuang can't go out. Naturally, he can't determine the exact location of Luo Jiang. There should be no, if it is found, it has already come out. Xiao Xianglin said, legendary spell is here, but it is definitely not good. There is such a powerful barrier here. You can see that this is to prevent someone from getting legendary spell. To prevent getting legendary spell? Xin Xiang snorted. It's hard to say that this legendary spell is naturally formed, can't be taken away, can't be destroyed, and it's very powerful, so it can't be obtained. That's it, said Xiao Xianglin. Shen Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths, after half a day of flying, suddenly slammed into something, causing the divine mirror of 6 paths to sway. Shen Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths, after half a day of flying, suddenly slammed into something, causing the divine mirror of 6 paths to sway. I be you imped into the barrier. Xiao Xianglin said affirmatively. The spell's soul demon rushed over. He Feng Yuan kept staring. Shen Xiang immediately controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths, which was violently vibrating, and wanted to cross the front barrier, but it was unsuccessful and only had to be avoided. When the transparent spell soul demon flew over, it also hit the barrier. This guy can't go in. This barrier is really amazing. Shin Xiang exclaimed he was close enough, but did not find the existence of this barrier. Shin Xiang flew around the barrier, and the spell soul demon continued to pursue. After a little while, Shin Xiang circled the barrier a lot. He could be sure that the barrier was round and the area covered was not particularly large and there was nothing inside. If there is a transparent spell behind soul demon, Shin Xiang will definitely with a barrier in the S.P.A.C. formation in divine mirror of 6 paths. I don't know what's inside, said Shin Xiang, who continued to fly around the barrier. He had to find a way to go in. He could only see if he could let the spell soul demon retreat. No, if we go on like this, we can never get rid of this thing. Xiao Xianglin said, the former barriers should be artificially arranged, probably Luo Jiang. When they came in, they found many spells soul demon for everyone's safety, so they have a barrier. He Feng Yuan nodded. In the barrier, there may be legendary spell. Shin Xiang is anxious to walk around. With Shin Xiang asked Su Maiyao to give him a crystal emperor. This crystal emperor is Su Maiyao's constant use of fusion spell to refine it. It has been integrated with many fast crystal emperors and contains a lot of energy inside. When Shen Xiang took out the crystal emperor, Xiao Xianglin would take a deep breath because she could sense the terrifying of the crystal emperor. Master, you engraved into a few sets of violent elemental mantras and 9th order amplification spell. As long as it is a highly aggressive Dao creation spell, you get in and out. Shin Xiang handed Xiao Xianglin. After getting it done, it is used to attack the thing outside. Xiao Xianglin took over and squeezed the crystal emperor vigorously. She could very clearly sense the horror energy contained in it. How many crystal emperors do you combine? Hundreds of pieces, said Shin Xiang. Xiao Xianglin can see fusion spell on the crystal emperor, so she can guess. I engraved into the sound spell and the 9th order amplification spell. The sound spell has a very light sound strength and the attack range is wide. Xiao Xianglin said, the spell outside the soul demon is so fast and possible. Losing him and using the sound wave spell is the best. Yes, said Shin Xiang. Master, I will use time domain for you, and it will be done faster. I will engrave all the sound spells I have mastered, said Xiao Xianglin. Xiao Xianglin took Crystal Emperor and Shin Xiang into a secret room and started. Shin Xiang uses the 2nd level time domain, which is only an hour's time. If this thing is thrown out, it will definitely cause strong fluctuations. I don't know if people in the barrier will feel it, Xiao Xianglin said. I don't know them. I will repel the thing first. Shan Xiang was chased by the trouble. Otherwise, he would not come up with such a precious Crystal Emperor. Crystal Emperor is also rare here. Xiao Xianglin usually does not have much Crystal Emperor to try to engrave the inscription, so she is also very much looking forward to the power of this Crystal Emperor. Shin Xiang was thrown out of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths while releasing a Super S, HI plus ELD from the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths suddenly stopped. This time the transparent spell Soul Demon didn't go down, but the Crystal Emperor suddenly appeared on Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, which shook a strong sonic wave. After the loud noise exploded, the trees around all shattered in an instant, and in a flash the trees in the square were all shattered. Xiao Hongyong outside, they were also uncomfortable with this harsh shock. They looked at the inside of the barrier from the high mountains and saw the inside swaying madly. The tree was like a raging wind. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths was also shaken out. What made Shin Xiang unexpected was that the spell Soul Demon was able to hold Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and the surface was shocked by red blood, seriously injured. After the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths landed on the ground, the Xiao Xianglin Master and Servant 3 immediately came out of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and the Soul Demon, a spell that was learned, was a storm. Hong, hong, hong. Another series of roaring thoughts. The spell soul demon has been severely wounded, showing the original shape. It's actually a tiger. Shen Xiang came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths and looked at the panting tiger lying on the ground. He took a deep breath, and he finally got the guy who had been chasing them for a long time. "It's not big," said Xiao Xianglin. "This tiger is really not big, just like the dog in the house." Shen Xiang got it inside the divine mirror of 6 paths and sealed Feng Ke. Being transparent, is this legendary spell? Xin Xiang said, "In short, this tiger has a lot of Tao creation spell." After making such a big move, Shen Xiang immediately took the divine mirror of 6 paths away from here, and just after he left, a group of people came out of the barrier and looked around all around. In the end, what happened, it was obviously a strong sound of the spell of the sound wave, said an old man. "Is there a fight here? Who is it?" The teams that entered here were all inside the barrier. There was no one outside, and the full moon night didn't arrive, and outsiders couldn't come in. Shen Xiang is in the secret room of the Seal Mantra Soul Demon. There is only one person here. He lets Bai Yuyu come out of Hidden Jade Villa. "Sister Yuyu, can you search for this guy's memory?" Shen Xiang worried that Bai Yuyu's strength was not enough, and the spell soul demon was very strong. "I'll give it a try." Bai Yuyu put his hand on the old tiger head and then ran GRAS, Sing Soul Devil Curse. Bai Yuyu is gazing, has been silent, and has been using it for a long time. Shin Xiang waited for more than 2 hours, and Bai Yuyu opened his eyes. "Are you rewarding?" Shin Xiang hastily asked. "Yes." Bai Yuyu nodded. Shin Xiang smiled. "This is indeed the violent world defying soul made by Tao creation spell, and then the violent world defying soul is attached to a tiger." Bai Yuyu said, "Then gradually became smart." Originally, this Tao creation spell is a peculiar mantra that can easily fit into the various spirit body, which can be integrated into the tree before, right? Shin Xiang nodded. "So, this Tao creation spell is legendary spell. It should have evolved from fusion spell. Tao creation spell is amazing." Bai Yuyu caressed the tiger head and continued. "What's even more amazing is that this guy is a strange fusion spell, so he later merged with the SPC spell, so he can teleport, and finally the fusion spell soul demon." Bai Yuyu caressed the tiger head and continued. "What's even more amazing is that this guy is a strange fusion spell, so he later merged with a SPC spell, so he can teleport, and finally the fusion spell soul demon. There is still this kind of thing." Shen Xiang was very excited because he wanted to conquer the tiger. Besides, does he have any other abilities? Shen Xiang asked. "No, he only has the ability to master these 3 Tao creation spells." Bai Yuyu shook his head. But his own strength is strong, mainly because he can blend all kinds of energy. There's Tao creation Saint Stone. After he finds it, he can directly integrate the Tao creation Saint Stone and instantly gain energy. Bai Yuyu back in Hidden Jade Villa, Shen Xiang looked at the tiger himself and looked no different from the ordinary tiger, but he had the ability of 3 strange Tao creation spells. Transparent spell should be legendary spell, and the kind of fusion spell is not the one familiar to Shen Xiang. It must have evolved. It belongs to fusion spell and later to SPAC spell. The tiger woke up and snarled in a low voice, at which time he was very weak. "You guy, who let you chase me, let's suffer." Shin Xiang haha said with a smile. The tiger looked very angry and roaring hiss a few times. "Like this, you mix with me, I can make your injury get better soon, and there are a lot of good things in the future." Shin Xiang said, touching the tiger head. "The tiger is very spiritual. Don't go too far to let Shin Xiang touch. Then kneel on the ground with his eyes closed. Ignore Shin Xiang. If you don't agree, I can only bake you to eat." Shin Xiang sighed. The tiger was very badly wounded. Now it is sealed again. Shin Xiang wants to roast him. He has no way to escape. He immediately opens his eyes and reveals his fear in his eyes. "Follow me. Make sure you are fragrant and spicy." Xiang saw the tiger afraid, happily said with a smile. The tiger did not agree. Xiang could only come up with a mantra blood shark to strengthen the body Dan, to eat for the tiger. After eating, the tiger seems to realize the effect of this Dan, although there is only one. But it will be good to eat later. At least he does not have to look for food all day to maintain his consumption. If he does not maintain consumption, not only will his strength go backwards, he will die. Finally, the tiger agreed and signed a master and servant contract with Xiang. Ahu, can you integrate other beasts now? Xiang asked. Ahu nodded. Xiang lit up and then took Ahu to the stone houses of the 2 dragon horses. Merge them, said Xiang. The dragon horse was too dazzling to use, and he didn't dare to use it. I saw the stripes on Ahu's body suddenly lit up and turned into a mantra. Then he rushed over and plunged into the huge dragon horse. After entering, there was a faint white light on dragon horse. The originally painted black dragon horse is just a little bit like a tiger. Soon, the dragon horse disappeared and became a tiger. Ahu's body size is a little bigger than before, and then he merged with another dragon horse. After the fusion, the body was a lot bigger, and now it is already as big as a horse. Xiang thinks that he still has a lot of blood devil shark. All of them let Ahu merge. Then Ahu will not become very strong? After he asked Sumayao and Bai Yuyu, they all opposed it. Your current cultivation base is too low. Go to not do this. If the tiger is strong and strong, maybe there is any way to get rid of the master and servant contract. What will happen when you integrate it? Bai Yuyu is very serious, said. Xiang thought for a moment. If it was merged by the tiger, he would be equivalent, which made him shudder. Now Ahu's strength is very impressive. Although the injury has not recovered, it has the strength of divine world, defying realm initial stage. Xiang and Ahu can communicate in the heart. He learned from Ahu that legendary spell is in that barrier. What was not there before the barrier was that a group of people came in and came out. There were several small, mountain-like boulders. These boulders were flat and had nothing but a stone of legendary spell. The inside of these stone of the mantra contains legendary spell. Only when the stone is broken can you get the legendary spell inside. There are 7 pieces in total. There are many, but after absorbing energy, it becomes the spell soul demon. Xiang let Ahu continue to rest and come to the room. Xianglin, they are all here. How is it? Asked Xianglin. I accepted the tiger. Xiang said with a smile. This guy is very strange. Xiang told Xianglin what happened to Ahu. After Xianglin listened, hastily asked, So can he get those spells out? I have to learn. This should be no problem. Wait until he hurts and say, let him condense. Xiang said. Now we need to enter the barrier. Open the S-P-A-C formation again. Xianglin said, When I went out, I sensed the barrier, which is similar to the big barrier outside. No, you go out with me, and see if they can see someone, they will take us in. Xiang felt that the big noise that broke out before would definitely alarm the people inside. Xianglin nodded, and then walked out of Divine Mirror of 6 Paths with Xiang. For safety reasons, she followed Xianger and Linger. After all, they were divine world, defying realm. After coming outside, Xianglin whispered, There is a breath of people here. We walk around and see. Xiang and Xianglin walked around the barrier for a period of time. Suddenly saw someone in front of them. They immediately alerted them, and the people in front were the same. The strength of the whole body was condensed, and the breath was very scary. Brother Xin, Xianglin, came a strange voice in front. Ding Yu Hai. Xiang did not expect to meet Tao Creation Sect's discipline. Ding Yu Hai is the disciple of Tao Creation Sect. The strength should be similar to that of Xianglin, but they can follow Dean in front of them. Ding Yu Hai and a few old men together. Those old men are the disciples of the old generation. They have heard of Xianglin. They are their own people. They are relieved. How are you here? Ding Yu Hai asked in surprise. Hey, we wandered around the big barrier and we didn't know why. We were sucked in by a strength, so we didn't wait until the full moon night, only a few of us. Xianglin sighed tone. We came here by mistake, and we encountered two very strong things in the fight, and we lost both of them. Then we came over and saw if there's a gap or something. Because there are all kinds of magical things here. Ding Yuhai can easily accept them. Then we hurry in, it's really not safe outside. Ding Yuhai hurriedly said, then took Xinxiang, and they entered the barrier. Ding Yuhai and a few old men took Xinxiang, and they entered the barrier. Only a few old men used several formation plates at the same time to open a door. It is obvious that the barrier is very tight. Since the geek www.z-by-ge.com, Ding Yuhai and a few old men took Xinxiang, and they entered the barrier. Only a few old men used several formation plates at the same time to open a door. It is obvious that the barrier is very tight. Since the geek www.z-by-ge.com Xiao Xianglin, they are Dragon Elephant Sect, and Ding Yuhai takes them to the place where Dragon Elephant Sect Dean is located. Ding Yuhai, what's the situation with it? Xiao Xianglin asked. Who got the legendary spell? Xiao Xianglin learning Tao creation spells innate talent. Many people know that Ding Yuhai naturally knows that Xiao Xianglin is eager to get the precious Tao creation spell, who suspects that Xiao Xianglin still sneaked out. No one has got it yet. Ding Yuhai shook his head. The specific situation of my little discipline is not clear. Luo Jiuyang and Gu Tong Elder didn't come in very early? Didn't they get it? Xinxiang asked curiously. The area you are in is not very big. You should have found it in a few days. Brother Xin, you don't know. Ding Yuhai sighed. We have come very early, but legendary spell is not easy to get. There are several megaliths in it, and there are legendary spell in these boulders, but if you can get it from the boulder, you have to rely on the ability. Bai Yuyu also knew this from Ahu's memory. There are still 7 boulders inside. These boulders contain legendary spell, and it is not easy to get legendary spell from it. How many stones are there in total? Asked Xiao Xianglin. 7. It was originally occupied by 3 sects, but then there was a dispute. I thought it was unfair, so I moved 7 boulder to the middle. Everyone could take the boulder and take the Tao creation spell inside. Ding Yuhai said, I have tried it anyway. I feel that there is nothing in the boulder. Xiao Xianglin looked at Xinxiang, and she knew that Xinxiang had more ideas. Xinxiang is just frowned. He doesn't see the boulder now. He naturally doesn't know how to get the internal Tao creation spell. So, is Luo Jiuyang also in the vicinity of those megaliths? Xinxiang wants to find the sun-old ancestor and let Qin Shuang meet his grandfather as soon as possible. It was originally, but just 2 days ago he suddenly disappeared. Ding Yuhai's words made both Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin full of surprises. Suddenly gone? Xiao Xianglin said, Where did you go? At this time, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin have seen several small hills in the distance, that is, the boulder with legendary spell, 7 megaliths placed together, many people around the boulder, sitting cross-legged, infiltrated with divine sense inside the boulder. I want to get legendary spell from it. Gu Tong Elder said that Luo Jiang suddenly entered the boulder and was about to get legendary spell. Ding Yuhai bit her with a smile. This is Gu Tong Elder guessing. Xinxiang, they have come to the side of the boulder. Everyone is quietly exploring the secrets of the boulder here. Xinxiang saw Gu Tong at a glance. Gu Tong looks like a 13-year-old youngster. Very recognizable, with a tender and white face, a very delicate and pretty handsome youngster. The surface looks like a youngster, but it is an old fellow who doesn't know how long it has lived. Little Shuang, Gu Tong know you? Asked Xinxiang. I don't know. Qin Shuang is still in Hidden Jade Villa. Luo Jiang is not here. She is not going to come out. She is a little excited, because her grandfather is here. Xinxiang looked at the stones, whispered, So far, only Luo Jiang has entered the stone. Ding Yuhai nodded. Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin and the two female slaves have already sat cross-legged and are going to give it a try. I know that just before they started, a stone suddenly shuddered and flashed a faint red light. A figure flew from the inside. Sweep it out. Old Luo. Gu Tong was surprised and hattily drank. How is it? Xin Xiang has already seen Luo Juyang. He is a white-haired, long-haired boy who looks like an old man. He smiles and looks at the long beard. It is, I got legendary spell. Luo Jiang looks very kind, but after approaching him, he can feel the pressure of the incomparably powerful strength. You old fellow actually succeeded in getting the legendary spell first. Gu Tong was very embarrassed. Said and grinned. Come tell me, what is the legendary spell? 10 sects Dean, as well as several big shots, were all around, and they were very curious. I don't know the specific role of this legendary spell. I still need a period of time to master. Luo Jianglang said with a smile, Legendary spell has a total of 18 strokes. Is it so easy to master? There are actually 18 pens. Both Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin were shocked. The 9-stroke Dao creation spell was very difficult for Xin Xiang to master, let alone 18. A huge stone was suddenly broken, which is also the huge stone that Luo Jiang got from legendary spell. Now there are only 6 boulders. Luo Jiang continued to sit cross-legged. After everyone saw it, there was something uncomfortable in the heart, because Luo Jiang had already got a legendary spell, and actually wanted to continue. Old Luo, you are not kind, said Dean of Dark Green Soul Sect. Why not kind? Asked Luo Jiang. You have all got a Dao creation spell. Mortal Sects, Dean. Sounds a bit sour. Gu Tong heard their words, coldly snorted, and said, Without old Luo, you know that there is a legendary spell here. Tell you about it and bring you here. Isn't this a kind? Luo Jiang lightly smiled. If you want to get legendary spell, you need a certain chance. I will bring you here. It is equivalent to sharing the opportunity with you. Is it not satisfactory? Dark Green Soul Sect and Mortal Sect's Dean Face are a bit unsightly, but can't say anything. Luo Jiang and Gu Tong are very terrifying, and Dragon Elephant Sect and Dao Creation Sect are the same enemy. They are not opponents. If they fight, other sects will only stand by. Is this young man just here? I haven't seen them before. Luo Jiang noticed Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin. His memory is very good. How many people are very impressed in the barrier? Senior Luo, yes. They accidentally you imped through the big barrier and came here. Ding Yuhai replied, They are Dragon Elephant Sect disciple. The girl is really our Dragon Elephant Sect. Dean of Dragon Elephant Sect frowned. Xianglin, you are a baby, but you're not allowed to come before, and sent people outside the mountains to intercept. Yours. You are unexpectedly able to come here. What is going on? Gu Tong said, The big barrier outside, except for the full moon night, can't be easily said at other times. I don't believe in any mistakes. How do you get through the big barrier? Xiao Xianglin secretly admired these old fellows and saw them all at once. Just when she was in a hurry, she looked at Xin Xiang, and Xin Xiang was very calm and looked like nothing. Xiao Xianglin secretly admired these old fellows and saw them all at once. Just when she was in a hurry, she looked at Xin Xiang, and Xin Xiang was very calm and looked like nothing. In fact, we didn't accidentally and pee into it, but moved it in by something. Xin Xiang started to talk, said, Master, her parents really don't allow her, but we are curious. We're going to look at the big barrier. Going, I didn't expect to see a transparent thing next to the big barrier. When it comes to transparency, Gu Tong and Luo Jiang look at each other. They know what it is, and they have met before. I don't know if it is going to eat us. It seems to use a powerful SPAC power to move us in. Xin Xiang said, That's fast, and you know SPAC power. How did you get here? The edge of the big barrier is far from here. Gu Tong asked, and before there was a violent explosion outside. I don't know if there is a relations. I plus P with you? We flew over. Xiao Xianglin said, "Our flight speed is not slow, and we hide the breath. That thing can't be sensed. It can only be transmitted through the tree. That is a very strange means of transmission." We were chased very tightly, and finally I used the crystal emperor carved into the sound spell and amplification spell to scare the thing away. Gu Tong nodded. "No wonder the sound is so big. Actually, it is a sonic spell. Look at your young age and have a good grasp of Tao creation spell. And there is also a disciple. Your disciple is quite good." Dragon Elephant Sect's Dean knows Xinxiang's. Xinxiang is the new democracy of Dragon Elephant Sect, and also thanks to Xiao Xianglin, who also owns Dragon Saint Soul. As Dean of Dragon Elephant Sect, he knows these things. Brother Gu, this brat has Dragon Saint Soul. When he was compared to a variant of Mortal Sect, a sword broke the Disco G. Oh, D's Dao G O D sword. Dragon Elephant Sect's Dean said with a smile. Mortal Sect Dean's face changed slightly, and he also knew about it. He didn't expect it to be the brat in front of him, letting his mortal sect lose a Dao G. Oh, D soldier. And Shanlin's innate talent is different. Learning Dao creation spell is very fast. At a young age, I have mastered more than 30 Dao creation spells. Dragon Elephant Sect Dean. This made Luo Jiang and Gu Tong very surprised. This is indeed a good seed. Hey, my innate talent is good. You're not willing to give me the 3rd level fusion spell. C spell does not give me a study. Originally the same generation of the discipline. The most backward is me. Xiao Xianglin tenderly snorted and said, "The other Tao creation spells are all my dark school, and there is no relations. I plus P with Dragon Elephant Sect." Dragon Elephant Sect Dean Hehe smiles. Dragon Elephant Sect disciple needs to compete through fusion spell. You don't let you compete. It's not my business. I don't care. Anyway, I have to learn a legendary spell this time. Xiao Xianglin blocked the airway. Xiao Xianglin, the speed of learning Dao creation spell is terrible. Xinxiang has already seen it. He also said to Xiao Xianglin before, let her learn more Dao creation spell, and then guide him to study, which will enable him to learn faster. Xinxiang took a look at Luo Jiang and wanted to give Luo Jiang a sound transmission, but it didn't succeed. Luo Jiang seems to have protected his divine sea and will not accept other people's sound transmission. But Luo Jiang felt someone had a sound transmission to him, and he also looked at Xinxiang. Xinxiang, although the sound transmission failed, kept on sticking. Luo Jiang doesn't know why. This young man wants to give him a sound transmission, and it is very strong. Young people, what's the matter? Luo Jiang asked Xinxiang, sound transmission. Senior, I am from Divine Wilderness. Then I went to Divine Soil Forbidden Land. I learned about Senior. I fixed G. O. D. Altar Spirit, met your granddaughter. Then went to Ancient Fire G. O. D. Sect. And finally to Myriad Tao on the world Defying Soul River. Following the teleportation formation left by Senior, I finally came to this place. Xinxiang said a series. Luo Jiang was shocked. He didn't expect anyone from his hometown to come to him. How far is this a long journey? I have to know that he and Gu Tong had come to this place after all the hards. I plus PS, young people, have you seen that transparent thing before? Can you talk to me in detail? This thing is very powerful. Luo Jiang started talk said, he has come to Xinxiang and put Xinxiang's shoulder. Of course. Xinxiang smiled and then left with Luo Jiang. No one else felt that there was anything, because they also heard that there was a mystical, transparent monster outside, which was very strong. Only Gu Tong noticed something, but did not immediately ask. Luo Jiang took Xinxiang to a tree, entered the tree hole of a big tree, and arranged the formation. Xinxiang released Qin Shuang. Grandpa. After Qin Shuang saw Luo Jiang, she couldn't help but drop her tears and plunged into the arms of Luo Jiang. Taro! Luo Jiang did not expect to see his granddaughter. "Grandpa, how come you don't come back for a long time?" Qin Shuang whispered. "I have been killed once, so I can reincarnate." "I can't help. Grandpa came here. I don't want to go back." Luo Jiang learned that her granddaughter had died a long time, and she was very distressed, but he was relieved to see his granddaughter still standing here. Although there is a lot to say, Qin Shuang didn't say it. After all, they are all people who have been continually practicing in order to gain strong strength. They have also experienced tens of thousands of years. There are too many to say, and it is not easy to meet now. Luo Jiang looked at Shen Xiang. He didn't expect that Shen Xiang came here with his granddaughter, and Shen Xiang was only the world-defying sacred realm late stage. It was this kind of ability which made him suddenly to Shen Xiang. "Look at each other. It seems that your journey into the big barrier is edited." Luo Jiang he smiled. "Really, I can't tell this kind of thing to so many people." Shen Xiang spread his hand and was very helpless. "Grandpa, what is the place of this innovation?" Qin Shuang has always had doubts about this. "It's the land of innocence." "I don't know, I just heard it, but there are all kinds of Tao creation spell, especially the legendary spell, the most powerful. I don't know how these Tao creation spell are." In the end, in short, Tao creation spell can self-condense energy, then create the world and create myriad Tao. Luo Jiang said, "In my early years, because of the coincidence mastering some Tao creation spell, I was able to create 9 suns, refining a lot of myriad Tao divine soil and myriad Tao divine soil crystal come. So why is Grandma afraid of this?" Qin Shuang asked again. "She is mainly worried about the endless violent soul of world-defying soul river. In fact, world-defying soul river is a legendary spell that releases violent soul power and gives birth to violent world-defying soul." Luo Jiang said, "You are the silky line of world-defying soul river seen on myriad Tao, is Tao creation spell." Shen Xiang did see world-defying soul river in the sky before, but I didn't expect it to be made by Tao creation spell. Shen Xiang did see world-defying soul river in the sky before, but I didn't expect it to be made by Tao creation spell. There is only one sum. This Tao creation spell is too simple." Shen Xiang said, "Is there a number of 18 pens in the legendary spell that Senior got before?" "The world-defying soul river you saw was just a small piece of Tao creation spell. The other lights that did an S, H, I plus any were hidden, so it looked like a stroke." Luo Jiang said, "Several world-defying soul rivers are a Tao creation spell condensed. This Tao creation spell should be one of the 9 primordial spells." Primordial spell? Qin Shuang has also learned Tao creation spell, but it is the simplest first-level primordial spell. The original Tao creation spell, which is also the most terrifying, has been transformed into various forms and has been integrated into myriad Tao. Now only the world-defying soul river, a primordial spell, can see it and the rest are gone. Luo Jiang sighed. "I can only look for legendary spell now. Want to see if I can piece together the primordial spell, or use the legendary spell to sense the existence of primordial spell and learn from it. Shuanger, do you want to follow me in this inspirational way?" Luo Jiang asked with a smile. Qin Shuang had already thought about it before. She shook her head. She came here to find her grandfather. She just wanted to determine if this loved one is still alive. How are they doing? They are all cultivators, as long as they know that the other person is still alive. All right, because there have been rumors that her grandfather has died. She does not believe, so she wants to find Grandpa. Qin Shuang shook her head. She decided to follow Shen Xiang. She felt that in the land of inauguration, she was only able to be together with Shen Xiang to stabilize the adolescence. If she followed her grandfather, she would drag her grandfather. Moreover, she is very happy in Hidden Jade Villa. Some people are companions, and Shen Xiang has time domain, which can help her get a lot of cultivation time. Luo Jiang was not surprised. He nodded. He can take you here to find me. This is enough to make me feel relieved. Just when Luo Jiang talked, suddenly came to Gutong's voice. Old Luo, the major event, what are you doing inside? Luo Jiang immediately withdrew the formation. Gutong came in from the outside and saw Qin Shuang here. This is my granddaughter. This brat brought me my granddaughter from divine wilderness to come to me. Luo Jiang is very happy, happily said with a smile. Gutong is a good friend of Luo Jiang. Naturally, he knows that Luo Jiang has a granddaughter. He is also very surprised. He is very surprised to see Xinxiang. He knows how difficult it is to come from divine wilderness and how many worlds to cross. There will be many dangers on the way. Uncle, what major event? Qin Shuang asked politely. Yes, right, that is, you master. Gutong looked at Xinxiang, hurriedly said, Your master has entered a stone. What? Xinxiang was also scared, and Xiao Xianglin actually entered a stone, which means that Xiao Xianglin will learn a legendary spell. This little girl really got it. Luo Jiang was surprised, but she said with a smile, I didn't expect one of legendary spell to be learned by her. Xiao Xianglin said that she had to learn a legendary spell to go back, and now she is successful. Shuanger, do you want if? Luo Jiang asked. Qin Shuang shook her head. She knew that Xiao Xianglin was learning Dao creation spell's innate talent, so Xiao Xianglin was so recognized by legendary spell so quickly that she was not surprised, and she was slow to learn Dao creation spell and Xinxiang. Almost. Qin Shuang entered Hidden Jade Villa, and she doesn't want to show up now. Luo Jiang and Gutong did not say anything. Qin Shuang cultivation base is low and weak. It will be safer to hide. Xinxiang followed Luo Jiang and Gutong to the boulder and saw Xiao Xianglin. So soon come out? Did you get legendary spell? After Luo Jiang asked, a huge stone was suddenly broken. This is the stone that Xiao Xianglin has just entered, and now it is broken, indicating that Xiao Xianglin has taken away the legendary inside. Spell, Xiao Xianglin Jiao said with a smile. I got it. I don't know what kind of mantra is now. Xinxiang took a look at those Dean and the big shot, and the elder they brought, each with a red eyes like a rabbit eye. They learned Dao creation spells old fellow for many years. Actually more than a gimmick. Although Dragon Elephant Sect Dean didn't learn it, he was very haughty because Xiao Xianglin was his Dragon Elephant Sect. Xiao Xianglin, after sitting cross-legged, Moran Sect's Dean shouted, Wait, you have got one, can't continue. Dark Green Soul Sect's Dean also quickly supported. At this time, several other sects Dean and the Power Big Shot also nodded. They had already seen Xiao Xianglin's horrible innate talent. In a moment, Xiao Xianglin took a legendary spell. If this continues, it may all fall into the hands of Xiao Xianglin. Okay, anyway, I have got one. And among you, there will be more than half of them who can't get legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin is very haughty. She is also content. After all, she is just a junior. She is not like Luo Jiang. Everyone came here to look for legendary spell. So she retired. Xiao Xianglin's words made these old fellows secretly screaming. They have more than a dozen sect dean, and more than 20 powerful elders, and finally only 5 people can get legendary spell. Maybe even less, because Luo Jiang can continue. Continue. Gutong said he was also anxious. If he didn't get a legendary spell, it was a joke, good and bad. He was a great generation of refiner grandmaster. Xiao Xianglin looked at the distance. Xinxiang is now officially starting to sense these legendary spell stones. Only 5 boulder, and he hopes that he can get one. After a small half-day, a breath came from, and Xinxiang suddenly opened his eyes and saw a huge stone releasing a strong attraction, and suddenly drove Gutong into it. Another person got Dao creation spell, and the opportunities were getting less and less, and those Dean were very anxious. Gutong went in for a long time and spent 3 days. Now everyone feels that Xiao Xianglin's innate talent terrifying. She just came in for a little while. Gutong came out from the inside. revealing a very satisfied smile, and then stay away from these boulder and give the opportunity to others. Stonehenge has only 4 pieces. Just after Gutong had just come out, Luo Jiang was sucked in by a huge stone, and everyone was secretly stunned. Luo Jiang actually got 2 legendary spell. Luo Jiang after a day. Tao Creation Sect Dean also went in, followed by Moran Sect Dean. A few days have passed, said, the people who have entered the stone have come out, and there is only 1 stone left in Stonehenge. Luo Jiang got 2 legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin, Gutong, Tao Creation Sect Dean, and Mortal Sect Dean. Now there is only 1 boulder left. Luo Jiang did not partake. 1. P8 anymore, and he and other people who got legendary spell looked far away. Xiao Xianglin has already got a legendary spell. She and Luo Jiang. They are watching in the distance. There is only 1 boulder left in Stonehenge. She very much hopes that Shen Xiang can get this last legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin has already got a legendary spell. She and Luo Jiang. They are watching in the distance. There is only 1 boulder left in Stonehenge. She very much hopes that Shen Xiang can get this last legendary spell. It seems that it is recognized by legendary spell, mainly because of the individual's understanding of Tao Creation spell. Luo Jiang said, this gimmick is very savvy, so I get the fastest. Our old fellows have studied Tao Creation spell for many years. The savvy is not bad. It is only a matter of time before I can get approval from this legendary spell. Xianger whispered, so, Xin Xiang, don't you want to get legendary spell? Linger sighed. Xin Xiang is also very slow at learning Tao Creation spell. He has no understanding of Tao Creation spell and spends a lot of time comprehending. Mortal Sect Dean said with a sneer, women's opinion, do you think that the brat is hopeful to get legendary spell? He just came to join in the fun. You know how many youngster light disciples are entering here? But they give up after trying that because they know that they don't have the chance to get legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin is very upset, coldly snorted. Looks down on people? This young lady is getting legendary spell earlier than you, so you are not as good as me. Gutong said with a smile, Shan Tao, your disciples don't have enough understanding of Tao Creation spell. This is a fact. You are born with a very high level of understanding. It can be said that it is much more powerful than us. We also acknowledge this. Luo Jiang nodded. Xin Xiang should have no hope. Xin Xiang is working hard to connect with the stone. After his spirit penetrates the boulder, he sees a lot of Tao Creation spell. These Tao Creation spell form a maze, and his spiritual power enters the maze. Inside, it is difficult to find an exit. If his spiritual power wants to enter this boulder, he must let his spiritual power pass through the maze. His mother, this is a test of spiritual power and understanding of Tao Creation spell. I am too bad in this regard. If it gives me a certain amount of time, this is no problem, but now time does not, and the others. If I cannot fast point your own spiritual power through the maze, and you'll get the legendary spell by others. I won't have any chance when I get there. Xin Xiang is very anxious, but this is his chance to get legendary spell. This opportunity is very rare. Once you miss it, you don't know when it will be. Just when Xin Xiang was at a loss, he thought of the Ahu that he had conquered before. Ahu, you are a legendary spell. Can you help me into that boulder? Xin Xiang and Ahu communicated. Ahu quickly responded to him. Master, I can help you. I need a brief fusion with your spiritual power. Ahu's voice rang in Xin Xiang's mind. No problem, hurry. Xin Xiang secretly forgot the tiger. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. Ahu released the spiritual power. He originally established a master and servant contract with Shan Xiang. The spirit can be mutually inductive. Ahu itself is the superfusion spell formed into a living, and Xin Xiang's spiritual power is easy to merge into. Shan Xiang lets Ahu's spiritual power take his spiritual power and quickly shuttle through the maze of Tao creation spell. But it didn't take long for the spiritual power to pass through the maze, while Ahu's spiritual power also withdrew. Xinxiang only felt that after his spiritual power said through the maze, the body suddenly became light, and then felt a strong suction, sucking him away. Luo Jiang, when they saw the boulder tremble, they stared at them. They didn't expect, unexpectedly, that Xinxiang was sucked in by the boulder. This, Gutong only felt the burning pain in his cheeks, because he was very certain that Xinxiang had no hope before, and now the facts that happened in front of him hit his face. It's not him, Luo Jiang and a few other old men are also like this. Haha, not my Xianglin's disciple, our master and apprentice both got legendary spell. Xianglin, very happy giggle smiled. Luo Jiang, they didn't have anything. They just felt a little embarrassed. Said that their previous conclusions were overturned. After all, they were all people who got legendary spell. And those Dean who didn't get legendary spell and many elders, the intestines were green, and they secreted Xianglin and Xinxiang, the two little rascals that were suddenly released, taking up 2 of their places. Of course, except for Dragon Elephant Sect Dean, because Xinxiang and Xianglin are the disciplines of their Dragon Elephant Sect. He naturally laughs very happy, showing that he is a very open-minded person. Our Dragon Elephant Sect's discipline is really amazing. I accidentally got 2 legendary spells. Dragon Elephant Sect Dean has been hee smile, especially when I saw those who didn't get legendary spell. When he was a man, he laughed even more haughty. This is life. Dragon Elephant Sect Dean said with a smile, I didn't get it without getting it. There is nothing to complain about. I also appointed. Those people are secretly stunned. Dragon Elephant Sect has 2 disciplines to get the legendary spell. If their sect has 2 disciplines to get the legendary spell, they won't complain about anything and will laugh more happier. Well, waiting for the little rascal out, we can leave here. Gutong said, the big team cannot come in. Xianglin was complacent in her heart. If she and Xinxiang sneaked in, the full moon night did not arrive, and people came out, and there was no share for them. Let's go. Let's stay here. Luo Jiang suddenly said. Old Luo, is there anything hidden here? One person hastily asked. I don't know. I just found this place, and I didn't explore it carefully. Luo Jiang said, this place is full of danger. If you don't pay attention, you and I may be planted here. So you wanted to continue exploring here. Be prepared. Old Luo, aren't you scaring us? Is there terrifying here? I haven't seen anything powerful. Is that transparent thing? Dark Green Soul Sect Dean said he didn't get legendary spell, very lost, so he wants to stay here and see if he can find legendary spell. I just told you first, so that you can blame me after you die. Luo Jiang squats with a long beard, said with a smile. How can I blame if I die? More than a dozen old fellows here decided to continue exploring this area. Originally, they thought that it would take 2 days for Xinxiang to come out. I didn't expect Xinxiang to just go in for more than an hour. Now there is only one complicated legendary spell in Xinxiang's mind. This is the legendary spell. As for the legendary spell, he is not clear about himself. How come you are so fast? Xianglin felt that Xinxiang was very abnormal. She knew Xinxiang's understanding of Tao creation spell. Xinxiang can make a slap in the face. All of them are helping Ahu. Ahu is very familiar with these legendary spells and can help Xinxiang to integrate legendary spell into memory. Xinxiang can make a slap in the face. All of them are helping Ahu. Ahu is very familiar with these legendary spells and can help Xinxiang to integrate legendary spell into memory. I don't know, it's confusing, said Xinxiang. Xinxiang's sing of legendary spell is indeed very strange. Although everyone is very suspicious of Xinxiang, it is also a way because they can't explain Xinxiang's situation. We will remove the barrier and take you out of the big barrier, says Luo Jiang. They will continue to explore this place, Xianglin quickly explained to Xinxiang. We'll go back and learn legendary spell honestly, and I can't wait to see what the legendary spell has. Xin Xiang nodded. Although Xiao Xianglin's words were very serious, he didn't know why. As if he could hear Xiao Xianglin's voice, it meant to go out first, then run into the ring. Okay, go back now. Luo Jiang got 2 legendary spells himself and saw his granddaughter with a smile on his face. Some people are happy that some people, those who got legendary spell, are the most unhappy in their hearts, mainly because they're 2 little rascals and they have seized their chances. This is the most uncomfortable thing for them. But they can't help, but even can't complain if you complain. Shen Xiang, they went out with the big team this time. They are very relieved. If there is really something powerful, they don't have to worry about it. The 2 experts, Luo Jiang and Gu Tong, are here. It's easy to settle. 2 days later, they smashed the shackles, and it was not easy to get out from there. But Luo Jiang opened a hole with a formation plate and let them go out. The big barrier was already crowded outside because they saw a large group of people on the top of the mountain, so they rushed over. Xiao Hengyong saw Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin out. He and his wife rushed over. When she was on the road, Xiao Xianglin said to Dragon Elephant Sect Dean, when he was asked to help stop her parents. Xiao Hengyong just picked up his sleeves. Dragon Elephant Sect Dean walked over with hastily, said with a smile, Congratulations, Xiao Laudi sister. You don't know, Xianglin and his little disciple each got a legendary spell. I have chance to get legendary spell. They're unexpectedly got. Hee, isn't it? Tao Creation Sect Dean also stepped on with a smile. There are only 7 legendary spells in total, and they got 2 for 2 little rascals. After Xiao Hengyong and Ningyu heard it, the tight face immediately became a smile, and then touched Xiao Xianglin's head. This is a good thing. Their husband and wife are the elders in the Dragon Elephant Sect. They naturally know what legendary spell means, and among the 7, Xiao Xianglin and Shen Xiang get 2, not 10 decks of Sect and Imperial Dragon Palace. Most of the big shots of many families have received legendary spell. Xiao Xianglin originally planned to go out and quietly enter with Xin Xiang. Now, when they look at the sorrows, they will be seen dead. In this way, Xiao Xianglin and Shen Xiang followed the big team of Dragon Elephant Sect in the Headless Mountain Range and returned to Dragon Elephant Sect. Xiao Xianglin was previously restricted by her parents. The strength of the fusion spell compet. 1. Tien was greatly limited. Now, she is getting a legendary spell. She is proud of her, and there are many temples in front of her. I am very embarrassed, said legendary spell. Even their Dragon Elephant Sect Dean can get it. Xiao Xianglin and Shen Xiang got it. I said to Xin Xiang before, I want to take him to experience. I am very lack of combat experience. I intend to take him to hunt a little soul beast similar to his cultivation base. Xiao Xianglin Xiao Hengyong said. Both Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin are sitting in the car of Xiao Hengyong, and the 8-headed dragon elephant is dragged. No, I want to enhance my practical experience. When he stepped into Divine World, Defying Realm, it is no use for him to increase his practical experience now, because his mad soul beast is quite equal to him, not Divine World. Defying Realm, Xiao Hengyong refused before Xin Xiang ran away with Xiao Xianglin. Xiao Hengyong and Ningyu were wary. They all knew that Xin Xiang had a lot of ideas. Seeing Xiao Hengyong and Ningyu's face, Xin Xiang can foresee that once they return to Dragon Elephant Sect, they will definitely be seen dead. Xin Xiang doesn't want to be restricted all the time. He is thinking about ways. Xiao Xianglin also knows that her parents will be more and more careful about her in the future, and she is very helpless in her heart. Good disciple, I am sorry Master is tired of you. Xiao Xianglin can guess her parents will definitely strictly discipline Xin Xiang in the future. Things are difficult to do, Xin Xiang responded with a smile. But Master, you have to compensate me for something. How do I send Xianger and Linger to you? Xiao Xianglin happily said with a smile. The 2 gimmicks seem to like you too. How is this enough? Even if you send me together, it's almost the same, Xin Xiang said with a smile. Xiao Xianglin took a look at Xin Xiang. You bad brat, the beauty and divine mirror of 6 paths is not worse than me. You still remember me and the granddaughter of Luo Jiang. Little Shuang Shuang and I are just friends, the woman in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, the relations. H-I plus P between the poisonous woman and me, my relations. H-I plus P with her is my enemy, but now because of some things we cooperate with each other, Xinxiang explained. Hey, if I let my mother know that you are a disciple and play master's idea, I promise that they will immediately kill you. Xiao Xianglin gave Xinxiang sound transmission with a smile. Xinxiang snorted. He just joked with Xiao Xianglin. Late at night, the car suddenly fell. Xiao Hengyong and Ning Hao complexion sank. Obviously there are bad things happening. What's wrong? Xiao Xianglin hastily asked. There are a lot of people in front of them who want to stop us. I don't know who it is, Xiao Hengyong said. I let the big car land on the ground. There are many people blocking in the air. There is only one possibility, is the Imperial Dragon Palace. It's the Imperial Dragon Palace, Ning's frown said. What do these guys want to do? Xiao Hengyong, they're the fastest. So there is a big team together, always flying in the air, after the car landed on the ground. Xiao Hengyong's face was dignified. There are 10 guys in the divine world defying realm late stage, some of which are difficult to deal with. Xiao Hengyong walked out of the cart and Fermented loudly shouted, You Imperial Dragon God, what are you doing? We want to ask 2 little friends to sit at the Imperial Dragon Palace, said Imperial Dragon God, dressed in a black outfit. Xiao Hengyong, I thought that the Imperial Dragon Palace actually wanted to take Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin and find a way to get their legendary spell. Xiao Hengyong, I thought that the Imperial Dragon Palace actually wanted to take Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin and find a way to get their legendary spell. You don't worry about the conflict between Dragon Elephant Sect and Imperial Dragon Palace. Xiao Hengyong doesn't want to fight now. Their husband and wife can naturally deal with these 10 Imperial Dragon DS, but Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin are here. They want to protect them. It's so easy to be these juniors. We are not the Imperial Dragon Palace, because from now on, we have been expelled from the Imperial Dragon Palace, said the leading Imperial Dragon Oh, Dihaha said while loudly laughing. Their words are very clear. Once these Imperial Dragon DS are caught, the Imperial Dragon Palace will definitely refuse to admit that they sent people. As long as they have already been expelled from the Imperial Dragon Palace, that's all right. The 10 Imperial Dragon DS in front of you must be the slain of the Imperial Dragon Palace. For the Imperial Dragon Palace, you can't even have a life. Oh, mother, if we run first, Xinxiang, this guy can run fast, Xiao Xianglin sound transmission said. Xiao Hengyong, they have no doubt that Xinxiang's ability to escape, which made them feel relieved. At the beginning, Xinxiang ran out of the barrier without a sound, and everyone found out. Well, you immediately rushed back to Dragon Elephant Sect and couldn't run around, said Xiao Hengyong, who can only let Xinxiang run with Xiao Xianglin. Otherwise they will be dragged here, and finally may not be able to be taken away. In the big car, Xinxiang took out Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Xiang'er and Ling have gone in. Mother, you have to be careful. Xiao Xianglin is still a little worried. Stupid girl, even if she can't beat them, she won't be hurt by them. As long as you safely return to Dragon Elephant Sect, that's all right. Ningyu caressed Xiao Xianglin's face, and then warned repeatedly. Be sure to go back to Dragon Elephant Sect and go anywhere else. Know it, Xiao Xianglin nodded, then entered the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths with Xiang'er Linger. Elder Ning, you can rest assured, Xinxiang said with a smile. He entered the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and then applied the anti-strength. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths was invisible and breathless. This made Ningyu very surprised. Now she finally understands why Xinxiang can quietly walk away. Xinxiang controlled the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and flew away. It was quiet and I couldn't feel it. She reached out and fished it. I decided that the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths had disappeared. I was relieved and my heart was secretly surprised. They are gone, the guy outside. I found out, Ning Hao gave Xiao Hengyong sound transmission. Found out, Xiao Hengyong said, because he also feels. Xiao Xianglin is very angry in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Imperial Dragon Palace, these be ASTARDS. Aging mothers must learn from them. Actually want a S and a teeth C HR Master and Apprentice's legendary spell. Wait for me to learn this legendary spell. Master the powerful strength. I must let them know why the flowers are so red. Master, let's go back to Dragon Elephant Sect now, Xinxiang asked. Divine Mirror of Six Paths can only fly at low alt. 1. Tudes. He plans to have time for Xianglin to help refine it. Joining flight spell allows Divine Mirror of Six Paths fly higher. Do not go back. Go inside the big barrier, Xianglin tenderly snorted and said. You know what I mean. Ask more questions. Xinxiang grinned. Divine Mirror of Six Paths had already flown to the big barrier. Are your Ahu better? When you get inside, you need his help, Xianglin asked. It's so good. Xinxiang looked at the status of Ahu, but it's okay. Ahu is a fusion of 2 dragon horses, which is a bit stronger. Xinxiang, little Shuang is not here. She went somewhere, and little Ku'er, they have never been here before, only she is here. Xianglin pointed to Hifeng Yuan sitting on the side. She is in my divine sea world, Xinxiang said. You can't go in. Why is little Shuang okay? Xiang'er vomited and said, Do you have any secrets to tell? I have more secrets to sue, said Xinxiang said with a smile. No, I have to go to that place to see. Xianglin pretended to be harsh. I am your master. Xinxiang thought about it. Thinking of Xianglin's amazing Dao creation spell innate talent, it is also a good thing for her to teach a few women in Hidden Jade Villa. Well, let you go in and play. Remember, don't mess in it, Xinxiang warned repeatedly. Xianglin went in. I thought that it was such a beautiful world. And what made her think that there are actually a few beautiful people in the world? These beautiful people have their own charms. Qin Shuang and Feng Ku'er have been seen before by Xianglin, Su Maiyao by Yu and Long Shui, as well as Mai and Jing sisters, several girls, Pill Spirit, and Xianglin. Qin Shuang introduces Su Maiyao, and they know Xianglin. Now Xianglin already knows that Su Maiyao by Yu and Long Shui are the wife of Xinxiang's, and she can't help but secretly attack Xinxiang. She has several wives, and she still remembers her. Disciple's wife is also his own disciple, but Xianglin can't afford the master's shelf in front of Bai Yu, especially the 2 women Bai Yu and Su Maiyao, the kind of temperament that makes Xianglin secret. Marvel! It's no wonder that Xinxiang said before that he couldn't see Xiang'er and Ling. Although Xiang'er and Ling'er are strong, they don't dare to break Bai Yu and Su Maiyao. Of course, Long Shui is a sweet and lovely girl, but there is pressure on them. But they know that Long Shui is a white dragon and is completely stupid. The real dragon is very rare here, almost extinct, which is mainly caused by people hunting, but in the legend, the powerful dragon still exists. Su Maiyao and Bai Yu are very affectionately calling Xianglin as the master, which makes Xianglin very happy, and then quickly talk to them, then sneak out the hards. I plus PS and still use fusion spell. Xianglin, their master and servant. The 3 people learn that the Crystal Emperor is a girl Pill Spirit, so that they feel that they have too little knowledge of the world. There are such things, they didn't even think about it before. Master, I need to learn more about fusion spell now. Otherwise the Crystal Emperor and Crystal Emperor can't be combined with the highest quality. Su Maiyao is born with a bone and sprinkles. Okay, you call me master. I will teach you naturally, Xianglin said with a smile. She is also very uncomfortable with this kind of stunner. Xinxiang is really good fortune. There are so few wife. Xinxiang is in Divine Mirror of Six Paths. Now he is thinking about how to find Peng Xuanfei. Peng Xuanfei was taken away by Great Peng Grandmother, and I don't know if I have it. Divine Mirror of Six Paths is flying slowly, which is a better hiding atmosphere. It was originally flying smoothly and slowly, but the sudden and swelling was good, and the Divine Mirror of Six Paths was shaken and blown retreat. Powerful! What the H-E-L-L is going on? Xinxiang said, immediately telling Xianglin about it, but let Divine Mirror of Six Paths avoid those who are constantly being boasted. The boulders are all stunned and flying, and many of the boulders of the Headless Mountain Range are blown apart. Numerous large and small stones are swept like waves, with a very terrifying lightning storm. Is it a question from the big barrier? Xin Xiang felt that there was only one possibility. Xiao Xianglin also finds it strange that the big barrier is very stu.dy, and even if there's a very intense battle inside, it is difficult to destroy the big barrier. Xiao Xianglin also finds it strange that the big barrier is very stu.dy, and even if there's a very intense battle inside, it is difficult to destroy the big barrier. From this kind of static cell phone, 80% is a big barrier that has been destroyed, said Xinxiang, who kept controlling the divine mirror of 6 paths and avoiding those flying over the sputum. Master, we also have wanted to continue to the big barrier. Divine mirror of 6 paths is difficult to move at this time. There are many stones in front with a violent hurricane blowing. Go, you have to be careful. Your divine mirror of 6 paths should be so easy to destroy, said Xiao Xianglin. There is a chance that something happened there. Xinxiang is also very curious in his heart. Since Xiao Xianglin does not object, he must go and see. Qin Shuang was very worried after learning about the situation outside, because her grandfather was inside. The storm finally stopped. Xinxiang looked through the divine mirror of 6 paths. Most of the headless mountains in the front headless mountain range were all flattened. It's obvious that there was a burst of SMAs. I plussing and SMAs. I plussing the pure meal. A mountain scene, which was raised to the ground in a short period of time. Shen Xiang controls divine mirror of 6 paths to fly at high speed and head to the big barrier. He can see the glowing clouds above the divine mirror of 6 paths, indicating that the big barrier is still there, but he doesn't know what happened. Half a day pass, said. Shen Xiang has been licking the saucer. Xiao Xianglin came out of Hidden Jade Villa. After seeing the big barrier, she took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This big barrier has become weak. Is it related to the previous movement? This is for sure," said Xinxiang. The big barrier is definitely because of a strong strength collision that bursts out such terrifying energy. Well, we have to go in and see more. Xiao Xianglin has been more relieved since she learned more about Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths. Now she knows Xinxiang very well, knowing that Xinxiang has many tricks to guarantee herself. Safety, this time without Xiang'er and Linger. Xiao Xianglin and Xinxiang open the spatial formation of divine mirror of 6 paths to open a hole and let divine mirror of 6 paths pass through the barrier. It's a lot weaker. What is the cause? Xiao Xianglin in the divine mirror of 6 paths, looking inside the big barrier. There are many flowers and trees before it, but before such a huge movement actually has been affected. Is it awkward? Said Xinxiang. It's inside and there's been affected. We have to be careful and there may be strong energy. From the internal attack on the big barrier, we want to break the big barrier, but the strength is absorbed by the big barrier, and then the big barrier is released, Xiao Xianglin said. She knows more about this barrier. Xinxiang lets divine mirror of 6 paths stealth and fly slowly inside the big barrier. Let's go deeper and look at it, Xinxiang said. Maybe it's Luo Juyang. What are the great things that these experts have released? Xiao Xianglin nodded. She agreed with Xinxiang's. There is a big barrier here. It is very difficult to get in and out. It is obviously what is sealed. I just thought it was weird. Why did this big barrier weaken on the full moon night? Xiao Xianglin said with a frown. This is also a question before Xinxiang. He asked Luo Juyang. Luo Juyang did not know. Divine mirror of 6 paths, slowly flying in the forest. Suddenly slamming, something suddenly rose from the sky. Falling on the ground, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin can be seen from the divine mirror of 6 paths. It is a black thing, entering a charred person. And breathing, Xinxiang was shocked. The smell of this guy is very familiar. I went out to see, after Xinxiang's stealth, from the divine mirror of 6 paths, after clearly sensing the breath of this person, he could not help but be shocked. Dragon Elephantine. Xinxiang hastily put the burnt man into the divine mirror of 6 paths, and then let divine mirror of 6 paths hastily stay away. Dragon Elephantine is a strong presence here, divine world. Defying realms expert at the peak, but it was burnt into black charcoal. showing that he encountered something very terrifying. Xinxiang doesn't know if the thing is not nearby. Will he chase? He just wants to leave this place soon. Dean, Dean! Xiao Xianglin thought it was very serious and Dragon Elephant Sect Dean was not hurt. Xinxiang hastily released Mai and Jing sisters to release a life force for the stability of Dragon Elephant Dean. A few days later, Divine Mirror of 6 Paths has been hidden under the roots of a big tree for a few days. Dragon Elephant Dean is awake. The surface looks, what is it? The burnt skin has been reborn, but his internal injuries are still not serious, especially Divine C. Dean, what the hell is going on? Who hurts you? Xiao Xianglin saw Dragon Elephant Dean awake. Hastily asked, Dragon Elephant Dean is called Yuan Jiqing. It is a very good old man. I helped Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin before. You two little rascals, how are you here? You are in a rude, very dangerous. Yuan Jiqing saw his Dragon Elephant sect getting a young man from legendary spell, very anxious. We were ambushed by the Imperial Dragon Palace on the road. My ants frustrated them. Let us run first, then we smashed the straw, and before it broke out very terrifying, the headless mountain range was flattened by a strong strength. What the L is going on? Said Xiao Xianglin. Imperial Dragon Palace is actually blocking you. Is it to catch you? Yuan Jiqing was very angry after hearing it, and he almost vomited bleeding when he was injured. Yuan Jiqing coughed a few times and sighed. We all blame us and made a bad guy here, the guy who is incredible. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin look at each other because their previous guess is like this. We don't know what guy it is. It's very strong. Fortunately, the two guys Luo Jiang and Gu Tong used Super S, P-A, C formation to move the man away, and I was just the flame that broke out by that guy. When it hits, it becomes like this, Yuan Jiqing said. Xiao Xianglin is stunned. Yuan Jiqing is Dragon Elephant Sect Dean. Among the Dragon Elephant Sect, the strongest guys are actually exploding with sodium-1 and burning like dead pigs. You guys, little rascal, don't talk when you go back, do you know? Yuan Jiqing saw the horrified look of Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin and coughed a few times. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, I know, Dean, you are burned into black charcoal. We will not talk about it everywhere, but you can't tell me that you are here, we ran here. This asked Yuan Jiqing. He smiled, and at this time he escaped from the dead, and he was relieved a lot. Dean, is your injury serious? Xinxiang asked. It's very serious, but I have a life-saving teleportation formation that can be sent back to the Dragon Elephant Sect. Yuan Jiqing took out a formation plate and said, You have wanted to go back with me. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin came here very hard. They certainly won't go back. Although it's very dangerous here, it seems to be a lot safer now. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin came here very hard. They certainly won't go back. Although it's very dangerous here, it seems to be a lot safer now. I won't go for a while. We still want to walk here, said Xiao Xianglin. Then you have to be careful, Yuan Jiqing said. Then he looked at all around. This should be inside a divine tool? Let me go. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin accompanied Yuan Jiqing out of the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. Yuan Jiqing, after seeing Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, sighed. Good things, there is this thing to protect you. You will become much safer. Then I will be relieved. You don't have to worry. You have legendary spell. The future can glory for our Dragon Elephant Sect. If you can become an expert, maybe you can be Dean in the future. No, Dean, you are going back quickly. You are not in a good state. If something suddenly appears, you are very dangerous. Xiao Xianglin urged. Little girl, dislike me drag you down? Yuan Jiqing grinned, then magnified the formation plate and saw him very painfully, said, Open once, consume 20 crystal emperors. Ah, the formation plate opens and Yuan Jiqing and the formation plate are vanished from sight. Isn't it just 20 crystal emperors? What's the big deal? Xinxiang coldly snorted, disapproving. Of course you feel nothing. Your 3 girls, Pill Spirit, can make a few of them every day. 20 crystal emperors are just a few days. Xiao Xianglin is very embarrassed, said, even though those crystal emperors can't take it. what to sell, but can use it yourself. Xin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin returned to the divine mirror of 6 paths, and they continued to explore the place. Xiao Xianglin enters Hidden Jade Villa, and she wants to continue to guide Su Maiyao. They learn Dao creation spell. I have to say that under her guidance, Su Maiyao has a slap in the face and has a deeper understanding of Dao creation spell. Shen Xiang is letting divine mirror of 6 paths fly slowly. Ahu, what the H-E-L-L is this? Shen Xiang asked. When Ahu was a legendary spell, he stayed here for many years and should know a lot. Primogenitor of Dao creation, Ahu said. According to the memory of my soul, this should be a graveyard of primogenitor of Dao creation. Shen Xiang told Ahu about what had just happened here. I know only the memory in the depths of the soul. As for whether it is true or not, I don't know. I think primogenitor of Dao creation is not so easy to die, but I don't know why I have to make such a cemetery. Ahu said, in the land of Inopath, there is actually a primogenitor of Dao creation. Obviously, it is a very powerful guy. Shen Xiang just wants to go here and see if he can find something good. Divine mirror of 6 paths, after a short flight, Shen Xiang suddenly saw a man, which was unexpected leader Zhou Wensheng of Mortal Sect. He saw that he was holding a long sword and had pierced a man's chest neck. The person who was stabbed is Dean Creation Sect's Dean, Wan Haishu. Mortal Sect and Dao Creation Sect are not in harmony. Xiao Xianglin also told Shen Xiang before. In the previous turmoil, these Dean were seriously injured. Although Zhou Wensheng was also injured, but not as serious as Wan Haishu, he is now met by Wan Haishu. He thinks it is a good opportunity. Once Dean Creation Sect's Dean is killed by him, even if Gutong sits, it will definitely decline a period of time, and his mortal sect will rise from this because he just got legendary spell. Zhou Wensheng, but there are not many Dean who can get legendary spell. I already knew that your mortal sect is not a good bird, hey! Wan Haishu's throat was bleeding, and he said hard, even if I die, your mortal sect will never catch up with our Dao creation sect. After you die, what else do you have in Dao creation sect? Gutong? Gutong may be dead, ha! Zhou Wensheng laughed, slammed the sword. Wan Haishu blew his neck more. Zhou Wensheng laughed, and was about to stab the sword. He only felt a slight pain in his neck. He immediately realized that his neck was stroked by a sharp sword. He hastily reached out and held his head, not letting the head fall, because his neck has been cut by Xin Xiang with a sharp sword. But Xin Xiang's sword is very fast, and 9 Firmament's divine sword is very sharp, so at that moment, Zhou Wensheng has no strong feeling. Even if the head falls, as long as it is connected in time, it can still live. Wan Haishu is pierced by the throat, but he is the expert of divine world-defying realm. Although he was seriously injured, he is still alive. Mortal Sect's Dean, Mortal Sect will be more lonely. Xiao Xianglin has come out of Hidden Jade Villa, holding a sword, said with a sneer. Zhou Wensheng didn't expect Xiao Xianglin to be here, so he couldn't help but think that Xiao Xianglin's parents might be there too, and the Dragon Elephant Sect people are back. The relations, H-I+P between Dragon Elephant Sect and Dao Creation Sect is very clear. It is definitely a very iron ally. Little girl, even if I am seriously injured, it is easy to kill you. Zhou Wensheng turned to Xiao Xianglin, but Xiao Xianglin avoided it. Zhou Wensheng still holds his head with his hand, and the neck is close to the together, while running the cultivation technique to connect the flesh and blood of the neck, and pick it up quickly, otherwise it will be very unfavorable to him. Zhou Wensheng slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Xianglin, said with a sneer, "Little girl, you are just like this. You just sneaked out without paying attention. Now you can attack me. You can't get close to me." Shen Xiang, who is behind the scenes, picks up the divine mirror of 6 paths and slams the head of Zhou Wensheng. The head of Zhou Wensheng has been separated from the neck. It was cut before Shen Xiang, just to stick it. Shot by Shen Xiang Di, with divine mirror of 6 paths, the whole head was shot and flew out. After the head flew out, Xiao Xianglin haha smiled and knocked the skull out on the ground with a sword blade, then stepped on the head of Zhou Wensheng, said with a smile, "I don't have to be near you. I can step on your dog's head." Although the head was separated from the body, Zhou Wensheng's consciousness was very clear. He was an angry man. He didn't expect to have someone else, and he came back behind him in a very hidden way. Zhou Wensheng has felt that his body has been burned by a strong flame, and Xinxiang throws his body into the heaven creation cauldron stove to bake. Xiao Xianglin, when he waved his sword, he would stab it. Xinxiang hastily shouted, "Wait!" Xinxiang lets Bai Yu come out of hidden jade villa. "Sister Yu, this guy has legendary spell. You can see if you can get it." "Good." Bai Yu's very rude handcuffs pressed on the head, and then savagely applied grasping soul devil curse. Zhou Wensheng was affected before, so divine C was T hard, and the soul was weak. By Yu cultivation base, even if it is very low, it can easily search the memory of his soul. Zhou Wensheng painful face twisted, showing how Una.S summoning Bai Yu is using grasping soul devil curse. After all, Bai Yu is also worried about being devour, so when using grasping soul devil curse, he used the strongest soul. Attack, go to the soul of Zhou Wensheng, which makes her easier to search for memories. Zhou Wensheng painful face twisted, showing how Una.S summoning Bai Yu is using grasping soul devil curse. After all, Bai Yu is also worried about being devour, so when using grasping soul devil curse, he used the strongest soul. Attack, go to the soul of Zhou Wensheng, which makes her easier to search for memories. Xiao Xianglin was very surprised. She had already heard it from Xinxiang's discourse. Bai Yu was looking for legendary spell in the soul of Zhou Wensheng. If it is really available, this is a wonderful thing. Okay. Bai Yu's forehead is also sweaty, she sighed, and the people who dealt with the cultivation base are still struggling. Allows me to come. Xiao Xianglin was preparing to start for the second time. Tao Creation Sect Dean Wan Haishu, who was climbing up there, was weak and shouted. He walked slowly with a fan. Okay. Xiao Xianglin just felt a little regretful. After all, killing a dean is a very fulfilling thing, although this kind of thing can't be shown everywhere. Wan Haishu is coming, but suddenly fell. His injury is very serious, and Xinxiang has taken care of him. I am coming. Xiao Xianglin wiped out Zhou Wensheng after 3 or 2 swords. She just regrets that this kind of thing can't be heard. If it is spread out, this is a matter of face, but it will definitely attract great trouble. You are so gimmick. I should make me fight. Wan Haishu took a break and recovered a little strength, but Zhou Wensheng has been killed by Xiao Xianglin. It's the same, it's the same. Xiao Xianglin happily said with a smile, Wan Dean, how are you doing now? Much better. Wan Haishu sighed, this is really dangerous, and I have survived 2 times in succession. Is there any dean being killed? Xiao Xianglin asked. She seemed to hate those dean very much. I don't know, in general, everyone should be similar. Wan Haishu said, how did you come in? It's been a long time since our dragon elephant sect dean was injured and we were saved. He has returned to the dragon elephant sect. Xinxiang said, Wan Dean, do you have the kind of teleportation formation that can go back to sect? Of course, I will open it now. You have wanted to go back with me? This is really thanks to you. Otherwise, I will be killed by that guy. Wan Haishu took out a formation plate. It seems they have this something to escape. Don't thank us. You should have Tao Creation Saint Stone. It's enough to give us 1 person. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile. Wan Haishu almost vomited blood, but he's still very distressed to take out 2 Tao Creation Saint Stone, handed over to Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin. Right, this thing can't be said everywhere. Wan Haishu said, especially I was pierced by the guy. I know, this is a very shameful thing. We won't talk around. Xiao Xianglin nodded. We killed the guy. You can't talk about it. I understand. I understand. Wan Haishu opened the formation plate, and it was a bit of a pain because it consumed him a lot of crystal emperors, but he couldn't use it. He didn't know what he would encounter if he stayed here. He was so weak that he had to go back to Tao Creation Sect to heal. After Wan Haishu left, Xiao Xianglin Haughty said with a smile, "This is really a biyun per harvest." Shen Xiang got another Tao Creation Saint Stone. He now has a total of 4 Tao Creation Saint Stones. He has never had a chance to use it before. It seems that we are in the right place. Shin Xiang said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I didn't ask Yuan Jiqing about this guy and asked him to give a few crystal emperors." Xiao Xianglin thought of this and looked distressed. Shin Xiang thinks of Huang Jintian. He remembers that Huang Jintian is also like this. When it comes to convenient, it will never be soft. The biggest gain is the legendary spell that Sister Yu got. Shin Xiang said, "As long as Sister Yu masters the legendary spell, she can teach us." Yes, this way we can learn 3 legendary spells, which is really cool. Xiao Xianglin was excited to take a shot at Shin Xiang's shoulder. "Go! Let's continue to convenient." Xiao Xianglin with a smile, "But there are a lot of Dean. I have been seriously injured here. When I meet it, we will save him and then ask for something. When it's bad, let Master get rid of him, like the Palace Master of the Imperial Dragon Palace." Good. Shen Xiang hated the Imperial Dragon Palace. To find the Dragon Palace guy, let Ahu come out best. Shen Xiang Shi plus Ness said with a smile, "A tiger, but a dragon horse, can feel the breath of the dragon. Imperial Dragon Palace's Palace Master must have a lot of dragons. If you catch the Palace Master of the Imperial Dragon Palace, we will be able to harvest a lot of dragons. We can use these dragons to cultivate more dragon elephants." Xiao Xianglin thought of this. She was very excited and quickly urged Shin Xiang release Ahu. After Shin Xiang released Ahu, Ahu soon sensed it. Great, this guy is still not dead, still inside. Xiao Xianglin took a deep breath, as if he was about to harvest a lot of property. "Master, calm. Let's go in and sneak in with Divine Mirror of 6 Paths," said Shin Xiang. After Xiao Xianglin and Shin Xiang entered the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, Shin Xiang flew slowly in the direction Ahu said. "It seems that all the elders have died." Xiao Xianglin sighed. "We also have a few good elders for Dragon Elephant Sect." "The world is unpredictable." Shin Xiang sighed. Even Dean was so badly hurt that those elders would have been difficult to survive. Fortunately, they all let the juniors go out before. Otherwise, they would all die in it. Of course, Shen Xiang and Xiao Xianglin think they won't have anything to do. Shin Xiang did not let Ahu come out. He worried that the Palace Master of the Imperial Dragon Palace would sense Ahu. After all, Ahu's breath is still quite strong. It's not good to scare the Palace Master away. It must be that this Palace Master ordered people to intercept us. Xiao Xianglin gas Hump said, "This be Astard must catch him." Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, when flying, there was a faint voice in the front, and someone was talking. "I blame Luo Jiang, the old fellow. If he didn't find it, we wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. My Imperial Dragon Palace died a few protectors." Palace Master angrily said of Imperial Dragon Palace, "Isn't it? Legendary spell is all they get, but we are losing so much." An old man sighed. Shin Xiang recognized the old man, an elder of Dark Green Soul Sect. The Palace Master of Imperial Dragon Palace was very badly wounded, and his arms were all blown out, while the Darker of Dark Green Soul Sect was blown off the lower body. Luo Jiang and Gu Tong should all die. The guys released this time are terrifying. Luo Jiang and Gu Tong are also stronger than us, and they can't resist it. Imperial Dragon Palace, Maine said with a sneer. "Had to say they are quite righteous and take the guy away." "Oh, this is their fault. Otherwise the guy will only be sealed here." Dark Green Soul Sect's elder is very disdainful. He is just making up for his mistakes. The Imperial Dragon Palace owner and the Dark Green Soul Sect's elder are all the same thing. Otherwise they will not gather together. Xinxiang is watching them carefully, and it is strange for Xinxiang that the two guys seem to be seriously disabled. But their breath is not weak. The Imperial Dragon Palace owner and the Dark Green Soul Sect's elder are all the same thing. Otherwise they will not gather together. Xinxiang is watching them carefully, and it is strange for Xinxiang that the two guys seem to be seriously disabled. But their breath is not weak. I am only at the world-defying sacred realm late stage, and they are the peak of divine world-defying realm. If they don't suffer any harm from divine sea, the breath they release will have a big impact on me. Xinxiang is secretly calculating. He immediately discussed this matter with Xiao Xianglin. Master, it seems that only you can get it, Xinxiang said. The two guys look disfigured, but their divine sea has not been hit hard. Still releasing a strong strength, they at most, it is just inconvenient to move. The fleshly body is seriously damaged. It is not easy to take them down. You must not rush to fight. I will go out and see, said Xiao Xianglin. Xinxiang certainly won't fight. He is just watching it in the distance. Xiao Xianglin quietly came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths, and Xinxiang hastily used her anti-strength to hide her and hide her breath. She just came out and heard Dark Green Soul Sect's elder coldly said, "The two little BASTARDS who blame Dragon Elephant Sect. If they are suddenly appearing, we are likely to get legendary spell. Next time I see them, definitely you have to kill them." Imperial Dragon Palace smiled. Let them. Anyway, legendary spell will be mine sooner or later. He said this sentence and did not know what method was used. The bombed arm suddenly grew out, but he still looks very weak. Is there any idea for the palace master to get it? The darker of Dark Green Soul Sect saw the laughter of the Imperial Dragon Palace and immediately thought of something. It's not a trick, just grab it. Anyway, as long as I grab the two little rascals, I have a way to get legendary spell from them. Imperial Dragon Palace is a saint with a smile. Dark Green Soul Sect elder took a deep breath. This is against the subduing dragon sect. If it is known by Dragon Elephant Sect, they will definitely join Tao Creation Sect to deal with your Imperial Dragon Palace. After saying this, Dark Green Soul Sect's elder is not right, and one's heart trembled, because he already knows the secret. The Imperial Dragon Palace Master will kill him. Palace Master, what you said just now, I didn't hear it. Dark Green Soul Sect elder hurriedly said that he had no legs and couldn't fly at this time, and the Imperial Dragon Palace now looks like the whole body is complete. Still able to it is not difficult to stand up and kill him. Sorry, you have already heard it. The Imperial Dragon Palace Master has stood up and revealed a Dao Ji, D soldier, a very sharp sword. Both Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin are watching in the distance, and this kind of thing is what they like. Dark Green Soul Sect elder is so weak and has no legs. It is of no use to the Imperial Dragon Palace, and the Imperial Dragon Palace will bring him out when he arrives. If he doesn't, he will be said to be 3. Dao Si, saying that he does not deny anything, so it is better to simply kill. Dark Green Soul Sect elder trembled and sweated. Palace Master, I have Tao Creation Saint Stone. I can give it to you. As long as you take me out, that's all right. Tao Creation Saint Stone is still very precious for the Imperial Dragon Palace. How many Tao Creation Saint Stone? The Imperial Dragon Palace is moving. If you take this elder out, you'll get a Tao Creation Saint Stone. This is not bad. Anyway, it will kill nothing after going out. 1 grain, said Dark Soul Sect's elder. Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin are secretly dissatisfied. Only 1 grain, which is not enough for their master and apprentice. You really only have 1. The Imperial Dragon Palace's main look, gloomy and cold, seems very dissatisfied. Isn't it enough? Dark Green Soul Sect elder said with a bitter face, I really only have one Tao creation, Saint Stone. Your life is so precious. How is a Tao creation, Saint Stone? Imperial Dragon Palace, the Lord has already waved his sword. The Imperial Dragon Palace and the Dark Green Soul sect were originally all the way, and they should have united, but the Imperial Dragon Palace Lord made this kind of thing at this time, showing how cruel they are to their enemies. Shin Xiang didn't really like the Imperial Dragon Palace because the Imperial Dragon Palace sent Imperial Dragon G, D to S, and AKH other people's dragons, which made him hate the Imperial Dragon Palace. Dark Green Soul Sect Elder saw the sword going down, hurriedly said, I only have one Tao Creation Saint Stone, but I know where there is Tao Creation Saint Crystal, Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Hearing these 4 words, Shin Xiang and Xiao Xianglin were all excited, and the Imperial Dragon Palace Master also put down the sword. You don't want to play tricks. Imperial Dragon Palace's main face became very cloudy. If you dare to play with me, I promise you to survive, you can't die. How dare I? Said Dark Green Soul Sect Elder, only to see that he had taken out a small wooden box and said, It's a Tao Creation Saint Stone. As soon as the box appeared, Xiao Xianglin had already flew out of the divine mirror of 6 paths, but for a moment he had already come to the Imperial Dragon Palace and slammed his sword to the waist of the Imperial Dragon Palace. The Imperial Dragon Palace can feel that someone has attacked him soodly, but the other person's speed is too fast, and he is injured now. The body's reaction can't keep up with his consciousness, causing him to move slowly, although only a little slower, but it is extremely deadly. Xiao Xianglin, this sword is crisp and crisp. In a moment, the main body of the Imperial Dragon Palace is broken. After the upper body of the Imperial Dragon Palace falls to the ground, Xiao Xianglin leaps up and then makes his body look like a boulder. The heavy falls, and the 2 feet are stepping on the chest of the Imperial Dragon Palace. An entire main thrust of the Imperial Dragon Palace is scattered. Dark Green Soul Sect Elder stunned and reacted. He knew that someone had attacked the Imperial Dragon Palace. He was very scared at the same time, because the person who had just shot was very ruthless, just wanting to put the little wooden box away. At the time, the small wooden box was suddenly seen. Shin Xiang has just said, and took the small wooden box away. The anti-strength in Xiao Xianglin disappeared. After Xiao Xianglin appeared, Dark Green Soul Sect Elder was completely stunned. The person who had just shot very ruthless was actually a woman, Xiao Xianglin, whom he hated before. Old WANG8, you just said that the next time you see me, you will kill me. Come and kill my grandmother. Xiao Xianglin is now on the head of the Imperial Dragon Palace. The Imperial Dragon Palace, his face, is facing down and deep into the soil. The Imperial Dragon Palace was also stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Xianglin to be here because he had sent a dozen strong Dragon G. DS to block Xiao Xianglin. They shouldn't be here. I just said to laugh. Dark Green Soul Sect Elder just finished. Xiao Xianglin stepped on the Imperial Dragon Palace. Smile? You think I am a child, so deceive? Shin Xiang also appeared, but he did not dare to approach Dark Green Soul Sect Elder, who worried that the old fellow would die with him. Shen Xiang also appeared, but he did not dare to approach Dark Green Soul Sect Elder, who worried that the old fellow would die with him. Xiao Xianglin stepped on the head of the Imperial Dragon Palace, said with a sneer, You dog thief, you sent more than a dozen guys to intercept us. Want to rob us master and apprentice, right? The Imperial Dragon Palace Master just wanted to talk, and the head was stepped on by Xiao Xianglin, shaking his divine C and almost collapsed. Little slut. The Imperial Dragon Palace is very angry. His palace master of the Imperial Dragon Palace, unexpectedly, will be so insulted by such a little girl. Xiao Xianglin did not continue to talk nonsense with him, hitting the head of the Imperial Dragon Palace Master and killing Divine C. Dark Green Soul Sect Elder Siu, very desperate, he just said those words, will definitely make Xiao Xianglin hate. I want to blue myself. It's not that easy. Xiao Xianglin jump in the past. She kicked out the half-body of Dark Green Soul Sect Elder. When she kicked her legs, she released a strong world-defying force and entered Dark Green. In the body of Soul Sect Elder, the condensed self-explosive strength is shattered. After the Dark Green Soul Sect Elder was smashed, Xiao Xianglin hastily followed, and the head was 2 punches, hitting the soul and hitting the Elder dying. Quickly let Yu come out. We need to know where the Tao Creation Saint Crystal in this guy's mouth is. Xiao Xianglin hurriedly said, he is going to die. Bai Yu has come out and used the grasping soul devil curse on Dark Green Soul Sect Elder to quickly find the message they want. At Dark Green Soul Sect, Bai Yu said, Dark Green Soul Sect just got a Tao Creation Saint Crystal and was kept in a secret room at Dark Green Soul Sect. Do you know how Tao Creation Saint Crystal is obtained? It is not realistic to go directly to Dark Green Soul Sect. Xiao Xianglin said that the Elder was destroyed. The Tao Creation Saint Crystal was also grabbed by them. When Dark Green Soul Sect Dean and a few elders went out, they met an old man in the cloud. They learned that the old man had Tao Creation Saint Crystal and then grabbed it. Bai Yu said, the guy who was just killed by you also partook. 1 P8'd. I learned from his memory that the old man is very strange. Although the Tao Creation Saint Crystal was taken away, it was not too excited. It seems to be open at once. Xiao Xianglin frowned and said, the Tao Creation Saint Crystal has been very long. A period of time has not appeared. At least I have never heard of anyone. I am very curious. Where did the cloud travel old man get from? We have to find the cloud travel old man. Xiao Xianglin looked at Xinxiang and said, Xinxiang, do you have any plans? My plan is to go to Dark Green Soul Sect and take the Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Since it was taken by Dark Green Soul Sect, it can't be left to them. Xinxiang said, I don't think it's hard. If we encounter the cloud travel old man, return the Tao Creation Saint Crystal to him. This can be close to him and see if he can ask anything. Xiao Xianglin thought about it and said, okay, follow your plan, but we have to go there first to see if you can find Dark Green Soul Sect Dean. Xinxiang rode the divine mirror of 6 paths and flew in the forest. After more than 10 days, they just found more than a dozen bodies, all of them, and no one found the Dean level. Let's go back. Xinxiang said, this time I have gained a lot. For more than 10 days, Xinxiang has carefully explored the central area. There is only one very huge pit in that place. There is nothing else. Moreover, he can always see some broken bodies from time to time. The strength of the strength is strong, and the divine world defying realms expert can't resist it. Xinxiang take the divine mirror of 6 paths and head to Dark Green Soul Sect. When I first came to the land of Innopath, I met the disc of Green Soul Sect, which was quite arrogant. Xinxiang remembered the little bald, which looks like a child, but can become a youngster. Is it? Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, so you are going to take revenge now? No, I didn't take this matter to heart, but if I met their group again, they would make them look better. They originally planned to slap me. Xinxiang said then it was also because the big senior sisters of the several disciplines are present. They will definitely fight. It took Xinxiang several days to come to a city near Dark Green Soul Sect. The city, like the one near Tao Creation Sect, has no walls and is built on strength. Xiao Xianglin is familiar with this. She asked Xinxiang to find out that Dark Green Soul Sect's Dean is not in sect. If it is not, they may be safer to act. The Tao Creation Saint Stone, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin, who had previously obtained from the Elder, decided to experiment with the Tao Creation Saint Stone and smelt Tao Creation spell into it, mainly to ruin the devastating Tao Creation spell and amplification spell, which is used for attack and defense. Xiao Xianglin doesn't plan to return to Dragon Elephant Sect so early, because once they go back it may be difficult to get out because they promised Xiao Hengyong before, and they would have to return to Dragon Elephant Sect, but they came out for so long. Wandering outside, their strength is not very strong, the natural point of self-defense, although there is Crystal Emperor, but Shenxiang feels not enough, so decided to use a Tao Creation Saint Stone to refine. Dark Green Soul Sect's discipline is really amazing, so a kid is so good. Yes, a kid boy, unexpectedly able to beat world-defying Sacred Realm, is the official disciple of Dark Green Soul Sect. But the discature of Dark Green Soul Sect is also strange. Why are they posing for nothing? Don't you just earn Tao Crystal? Just defeat the little rascal, and you'll get a Tao Creation Saint Stone. If you lose, just give a Crystal Emperor, that's all right. Who doesn't want to go and try? Shenxiang walked on the road, heard the news, and the little bald came to mind. Two big brothers. Are you talking about children? Is it a bald head? Shenxiang quickly went over and asked. Yes, there is ASHI plus New York skull, and it is quite arrogant, said a big man. Is anyone able to challenge? What cultivation base is okay? Shenxiang asked. Of course not. Divine world defying realm can't. The great man said with a smile. The arrogant bald head should also be the cultivation base of world defying sacred realm. After Shenxiang asked about the location of the ring, he immediately rushed over. Soon he saw the little bald, sitting on a big chair on the ring. The circular platform is large, occupying the middle of the huge plaza. There are several young people and an old man under the ring. Those young people want to shoot Shenxiang. They are all divine world, defying realm. After Xiao Xianglin changed appearance, coming out of Hidden Jade Villa, she took a closer look, said with a sneer, This little rascal is divine world, defying realm. This guy is actually so crowded. Shenxiang whispered, If wanted to expose them, of course, they have deceived a lot of Crystal Emperors. Debunk them. Don't let them continue to deceive. Xiao Xianglin is very supportive of Shenxiang.